Wow, first try. Clearly, the Schwartz is with me. But I am not a Jedi yet. Hey, Permeus. Would you be willing to participate in an experiment? An experiment of banning proportions. Seriously, I need to volunteer. There. Hello, Permeus, Zawan Schmeidolf, Psychotic, Ravendwind, Mikes, and Norlex. Alright, so let's see if this works. Nope, still not working. Alright, no chat today. Again. Whatever. Whatever. So welcome to our second day of no chat. I tried poking with it at it some of the morning. Unfortunately, my help ticket, has not actually gotten a response yet, which I'm actually a little sad about. Sadness. Alright. So, as you can see, Darkshore does have quite a bit of a unique look to it. It's got this sort of gloom, for lack of a better descriptor. Everything's just kind of this washed out colors and kind of dull. Even the trees themselves aren't very vibrant or whatnot. I don't know about you guys. I'm kind of tired of those trees. Let's go back to our real trees. More vibrant purples and amber and green. For the Night Elves. No? Okay. Right. We actually have a mount now. Well, the zone has been cursed for 10,000 years. The Keyblade Elves. I'm telling you, the Dusk Elves would love that place. I'm totally making that a thing now, by the way, Dusk Elves. I don't know what setting I'm making that in, but I'm making Dusk Elves in one of my settings. So I was rereading some of Wolfheart last night, and I actually plan to share some of that with you, because it's very relevant to Ashenvale's storyline. Also, Night Elven Zone, Night Elven music, and rain. Can it be any better than that? Seriously. Does it get any better than that?
Ishnu Allah.
Good to see a new face around here. The forest crawls with Horde, but my assignment requires I keep this outpost safe. Could really use someone who might be up for a good fight.
Del Nadris.
So, to remind those of you who are unawares, this happens definitively after the Horde go through here. So in other words, the Horde campaign, everything we did the other day on Ironmend, that's already happened. That has happened. The Horde defended Splinter Tree Trope with demons, fought against the demon forces, corrupted the Forest Heart, established themselves over here on the Zoram Strand, and conquered, bombed the hell out of Ashtanar and fully conquered Silverwind Refuge. And they have this giant bomb. Now it's our turn.
What brings you here?
Other than the, that's true, other than the volcano thing, that is actually the only thing that you get to decide who does that, because both sides have the opportunity to deal with the volcano thing. Evanar and the other apprentices may not look like much in battle, but you look like you could more than hold your own. The Horde scum across the road to the east at Bathron's Haunt needs to be taught a lesson. Their new warlord, Garrosh Elscream, has them up to no good. Feel like teaching them a thing or two? I'd come with you, but my assignment is to stay here and protect Orendal's apprentices, and that is exactly what I'm going to do.
Farewell.
Also, this is a single sentinel on a single Nightsaber defending this outpost. I mean, seriously, any given Horde force here would probably crush them like a bug. Oh, tell me about it, Psychotic.
Greetings.
There is a plant that grows in the old ruins of Bathrin's Haunt across the road to the east. The plant is called Bathrin's Hair. It's known to cure ailments of the spirit. Now the Horde are harvesting the plant for their own evil schemes. There is a sick child in Astronar. We believe her illness is more than just physical. I promised my master I would help seek a cure, but I am no fighter. You can tell by my outfit. Will you go to Bathrin's Haunt and gather the plants?
Del Nadris.
So that's a good question, Gnarlex. See, the funny thing is, in several cases, we don't really have a very strong second-in-command type character or other strong leader character. Like the Orcs had Sarfang. He was a quick and easy choice for someone else to take over as Orc racial leader, right? But for example, who's the Tauren's next best choice after Bane? Can we name even one? I mean, there's Sunwalker... Sunwalker, I don't remember his name. So I guess that's valid. Hang on a second. Now I gotta look up the name. Desco, that's his name, Desco. But yeah, so, you know, who else? Hamul, I don't think Hamul counts. He's too loyal to the circle. So, what other... Right, I'm a balanced druid. Balance. Gotta be playing balance. So what other, Night Elf leaders are there? So, we don't have Fandral anymore. Who would be... Did I just ding? Did I seriously just ding? I totally did. Why don't we go and celebrate our brand new ding here? There we go. There we go. Yes, I had the glyph already ready to go, as you can tell. I actually really do like this form, regardless of the fact that you can actually show the armor, because of just the random starfalls going around you is just really cool, in my opinion. And the translucent thing makes a lot of mounts look really cool. Because as you can see, it affects the mounts too. This is actually the wrong one I wanted to show off. Hang on. Does it no longer affect the mount? Huh. It used to affect the mount. I guess it doesn't anymore. Well, that sucks. Whatever. Anyways. These creatures, these so-called Horde. I like that, so-called. They have cut me down in my prime, and they are harvesting my hair for evil plans. Will you help me put an end to it, little night elf? I overheard their herbalists speaking of something called wildfire upon their table across the way. If you were to take a bottle of the unnatural stuff and throw it at my corpse, it would burn, and no more of my hair will grow here. I am already dead. It is a small price to pay to stop them. I know, Kezika, I mean, I get why they're doing the two-spec thing, but either way. Hey, Fuke. Hey, Toasters. Or Toaster. Just, no. And now, death to the Forsaken. So, to finally answer the question, I don't have a good answer. I mean, Maiev is still out there and would be the worst leader imaginable. Like Maiev is probably the only Night Elf who would actually be worse than Tyrande as far as leadership qualities go. I mean, seriously. Slow casting classes suck. There we go. It's weird going straight from, like, the most agile melee to the least agile caster class. It's just a weird situation here. The maple-like leaves glisten with the promise of new life and the potential for deadly misuse. So back in vanilla, There were quests here about how the Forsaken were trying to harvest this stuff. Basically just to experiment on it, and for no other real reason. If you remember, in Kata, there were no actual Horde quests here. So I just feel like pointing out, because again, this is happening after the Horde came through. It's kind of a weird trick they pulled. Excuse me. It's funny you say that, Psychotic, since they were so adamant in Pandaria or Warlords, I forget which, to not have movable casters, casters who can move. And so they nerfed like every single thing that was allowing casters to move while casting. Most notably Holy Paladins. God dang it. Anyways. Once again, though, we see that they're trying to introduce the story stuff to the players bit by bit. This is actually the first mention of Garrosh Hellscream for a new Night Elf player, for someone who's never played this game before. Hang on. There we go. Hello, bot. I've got another bot, guys. Take a drink. Ah. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Psychotic. Okay. Good night, Fugue. Take care. I don't know what you're thanking me for, but good night. Have fun. Take care. Everything is awesome. Wait. That's the opposite of true. Everything is terrible. Everything is wrong when you're part of a team. No, I'm done. The sad thing is this character will never get Starfall. I'm very sad about that. Oh my god, die. Before I talk about the realities of ranged characters being able to move while casting, though. By the way, hunters. Cough, cough. I want to talk about lore. So before either the Horde or the Alliance players come here, another group of players came here, namely Garrosh, Greymane, Tyrande, and Varian. I've mentioned before the big duel that happened between Varian and Garrosh. It actually happened here, in Ashenvale. What ended up happening, so Greymane had just fled Gilneas, right? We actually saw that on our Worgen character, our actual Worgen character, where you end up in Darnassus and you're like, oh god, just barely survivors, etc. But the funny thing is, the Alliance had actually convened in Darnassus to vote on whether or not the Gilnean Worgen should be allowed into the Alliance. And the overall consensus was no. Which I find interesting. Basically, Tyrande and the Elves were in favor of allowing the Worgen into the Alliance. And Varian was adamantly against allowing them into the Alliance. And everyone else was just kind of like, And so, it was kind of a split issue. And it ended up, the final result was, the Worgens did not join the Alliance. Dun dun dun. To be continued. You hoped me return to the ground, if so. Now my hair will cease to sprout for these creatures. Better yet, I will be regrown all the sooner. Gotta admit, thanks to the fact, the nature of these things, permanently killing an ancient's actually, not the easiest thing to do. The only plus side is it takes them a long time to get back up, usually. Anywho, we'll turn in a few quests, then we'll go ahead and explain the rest of it.
I am honored.
The Sentinel eyes you appreciatively for a moment. When you last left, you were a boomkin. Now you are the master. No, a job well done, Druid. If you're any indication of the quality of Night Elf adventurers we're going to be seeing more of, we should have this war against the Orcs and their horde taken care of faster than expected. It shouldn't take more than 2 expansions. I have a friend who would make good use of your particular talents. His name is Talon, and he's an archaeologist of sorts. Recently, he's been fascinated with the upheaval of the old city of Zoram and its treasures. If you could lend him a hand, go to the Black Fathom camp.
Good luck, friend.
But in the meantime,
Can I assist you?
have you gathered the hair? The child's health grows weaker by the hour. For those of you not aware, don't update NVIDIA drivers. There's the update. I'm actually already aware of it. I've been following it. So, for those of you not aware, don't update NVIDIA drivers right now. It's bad. You have the hair. There's a good first step. There are other ingredients that we will need, but the hair of the fallen ancient could be the most important. I only hope whatever the Forsaken are devising from the plant will not be turned into a weapon. We simply do not have the numbers to move against them right now, especially with Maestr's Post under attack. Quickly, Leaf Song. I will put the hair into this bag, but you must deliver it to my master, Orundel Broadleaf. You can find him at Maestr's Post, but beware! We've received reports that the post is under attack from the Horde.
Ashenvale.
I actually do use NVIDIA, but I don't update my drivers regularly. Because I have a brain. No, I'm just experienced with that kind of thing. Same reason I don't do Windows updates regularly. Statistically speaking, they break more than they solve. I only pull in updates when it comes to troubleshooting. So, the Greymane and the Gilneans were denied entry into the Alliance. Now, Tyrande was like, whatever. Malfurion took it upon himself to actually be a diplomat and a leader of a people. He arranged a situation in which Greymane and Varian would be able to go out and hunt together. Now, Varian... How do I put this? Varian's a dick. There we go. That's a good way to put it. So Varian was literally going around sniping Greymane's kills. Now, okay, I know what you're thinking. Why the hell is Varian such a dick to Greymane? Well, it's not just because Varian's a dick, although that's part of it. It was mostly because of the fact that he absolutely despised Gilneas. Because Gilneas not only basically refused to help Stormwind during the First War, they basically refused to have anything to do with the Second War, other than the very, very brief thing I already told you about back during the Work and Starter Zone. So he had a big grudge against Gilneans in general, and Greymane in particular, since Greymane was the architect of both of those decisions. So, yeah. Now, to be continued, I suppose.
Ishnu Allah.
Hello, Druid. You say, what's that? Shayla sent you. Very well. Let's get started.
Goddess, watch over you.
I would charge you with a task, Druid. I was on my boat skimming over the submerged ruins of Zoram when the Naga attacked me, surging from the water and tearing at me with their claws. I fled, and the rest, as they say, is history. I am an archaeologist of sorts, and I am attempting to recover artifacts of the lost city. Will you head out onto the Zoram Strand to the southwest, recover any of the statuettes you come across? They are the reasons I have braved the dangers of saying hello to Genghis.
Be careful.
How may I help?
There is an evil lurking on the coast of the west. The Zoram Strand is the resting place of the doomed city of Zoram, destroyed during the Sundering and submerged during the seas. It has been lost to the Night Elves for ages, lost and nearly forgotten. Now the Naga have returned, but for what reason we do not know. The reason matters little, however. We must slay these fiends and throw them back to the depths.
Goddess, watch over you.
Although our position is exposed, we are safe compared to our friends inside Blackfeather Deeps. Which sucks, because we've already done that dungeon. Don't worry, the Horde will take care of them. Hello, Tonka, and thank you for the kind words. Glad you enjoyed. So yes, to continue, for those of you not aware, Gen Greymane was actually the leader of Gilneas during the Second War, and I believe, as of this point in time, is the only leader currently still around who was actually alive and functional and leading during Warcraft 2. Pretty sure all the rest have either died or moved on or become an ancestral spirit or whatever else. So he's our last guy. He's the last one still around from those dark and terrible times of awesome. From the age of chaos. So, Varian... Okay, so Varian actually suffers from a depressive disorder. I'm serious, by the way. Now, of course, this is Warcraft, so there are magical ways of resolving that. And that is actually what ends up happening, and I don't want to talk too much about that. But I want to mention this because it's kind of important to inform Varian's character growth. Arthas... Yeah, no kidding, psychotic. Arthas was basically the golden boy of humanity. It's one of the reasons why his descent was so important. And the fact that he actually was a hero in the end was so powerful, you know? Arthas was charismatic, intelligent, driven, caring, compassionate. He was like the perfect king. Varian is like the opposite of all of that. I mean, this is not an insult, by the way. This is not me trying to insult Varian. I've got easier ways to insult Varian if I feel like it. Varian was depressive, insular, very much an introvert, and he had anger issues. He had actual just difficulties controlling his temper. And so he coordinated with his wonderful wife, Tiffin or whatever her name is, and that helped kind of crack him out of his shell. And then he went through hell and back, you know, as a result of the First War and the Second War and all the disasters thereof. So he never really got worse, but he also never really had a chance to get better. I mention this because a lot of the book Wolfheart, which I do kind of recommend for anybody who wants to get into it, it's not as good as the other two I primarily recommend, but it's still a good book. Pretty much Wolfheart is the story of Varian getting better as a character. It really is the best way to describe that. He has been just completely controlled by his own difficulties, his own problems, his own emotional instability. So he ends up, again, he's just being a brat, basically, to Greymane, and literally sniping his kills just to show him up, just because he hates Greymane for all that he did. Well, turns out the hunt kind of goes wrong. This was not planned, and a few Gilnean citizens are under attack, and so Greymane and Varian both work together to fight it, because that triggers something in Varian. For all of Varian's flaws, and he has many, one of his most powerful traits is actually his drive to protect people. Ironically, he would actually be better suited in lore as a protection warrior than anything else, even though he is actually a fury warrior. So there's kind of another anecdote here which is important, but the catch is I'm not 100% sure when it happened. But at some point in his history, Varian basically became the avatar of Goldrin. I don't want to talk about that just yet, but it does also kind of inform one of the reasons why, A, he's so damn good in a fight, but also, B, why he has had so many issues through most of his more recent life. We've actually kind of talked about that in the past, Z1, so I don't have much else to add about it. So Varian goes to Greymane and he's like, look, I can tell that something's wrong with me here. You have seemed to completely have mastered your Worgen curse. I beg of you, please tell me how to master my own curse. Tell me how to master my own fury, my own rage. Greymane, who at this point in time is a fairly cool character, as I've mentioned before, having gotten over most of his I'm an idiot phase, he goes ahead and acquiesces to this, and he says, alright, here. Shows them the tree that I told you guys about, the tree that's halfway into the dream and reality. Hey, call me. So Varian goes to the tree and drinks of the three pools, just like we did as a Worgen character. And as he's doing so, he actually communes with the essence of the Emerald Dream. And because of the fact that he is so connected to Goldrin, and Goldrin and that curse are so connected to how they defend themselves, that actually affects Varian the same way it affects a Worgen. It enables him to have a degree of self-control and strength over himself, the ability to control himself, basically, right? Having obtained this, Varian then goes back. He thanks Greymane, first of all. And then he goes back to the leaders who are still there in Darnassus, and has another convening of them and says, all right, look, we need to reanalyze whether or not Gilneas should be allowed to join the Alliance. And I am firmly in favor of Gilneas joining the Alliance. And since he was the strongest opponent to the idea, they pretty much are swept in instantly. Now you might ask, why am I talking about this now in Ashenvale rather than earlier in Teldrassil or something like that? Well, actually, it's more important for this storyline because one of the big reasons why this was a big issue right now was while they were talking about this, the Horde were invading Ashenvale the first time. This was before the players even got here. I don't remember Zoram, to be completely honest with you. I haven't talked about the spoiler thing yet, if that's what you're asking. Water form. It's just seal form. Let's just call it what it is. Actually, I think I do have water form. I am so stupid. Check it out. Water form. So yeah, the reason I didn't realize I have water form is nowadays it's just travel form. They merged water form, or whatever this is called, and cheetah form and flight form into travel form, which I actually don't like overall as a change. By the way, it really was confusing when they first did that change. Anywho, so while they were discussing and arguing whether or not Gilneas should be allowed in, the Horde were actively attacking Ashenvale for the first time. That's when they established that over there, the Zormgar outpost right there. And that's when they did most of their initial assault and whatnot. So, with Gilneas firmly on their side, they were able to charge south. Now, while this was happening, Tyrande had actually been baited out into a trap. I say trapped, please don't think that Garrosh has even an ounce of cunning, because he doesn't. But there is something... Garrosh basically... This is a trap in the same sense that if you walk up to someone and punch them in the face, you expect them to attack back is a trap. That's basically what Garrosh did. He walked into Ashenvale and said, "Quick, desecrate the trees! That'll get Tyrande's attention!" And so they did, and it got her attention. He actually had a Magnetar he had brought back from Northrend, specifically whose only purpose was to kill Tyrande. A deer hanging up on an axe. And so he actually did, in fact, successfully kill Tyrande, funnily enough. She got rezzed, for reference. Yeah, I know, right? But I guess that's being a little bit disingenuous. He basically put her into downed status, so she wasn't dead. She'd just been brutally wounded, and then, reinforcements come in the form of Varian and Greymane and the forces, like the greater forces of the Alliance and the Gilneans. To be continued.
Hello.
Well done, Leaf Song. Your actions in the Zoram Strand against the Naga are commendable. I know your feat was not easily accomplished, for the strength and guile of the Naga is well known to the Night Elves. We know this, for we share a history with them. The Naga are cursed highborn. Once again, more to explaining of the lore and the Night Elf stones. It's funny, because these are like the only quests that do that. The Naga are cursed highborn Night Elves. 10,000 years ago, take a drink. Queen Ashara made a pact of desperation with the old gods to save her people from a watery grave. The Naga are a result of that pact.
Goddess watch over you.
What brings you
Have you
here?
found the statuettes? Oh, it's quite a few you found. Thank you, Leaf Song. The old city of Zoram holds many secrets, and these statuettes may be the key to many of them.
Good luck, friend.
I fear the ancient statuette's secrets will remain forever hidden unless you find the key to their ancient locks. That key is a ring. The Ring of Zoram. It belonged to the rulers of this city before the waves of the Sundering drowned it. For years the ring was lost, but the Naga have recently found it. Their leader, Ruzel, dwells on the island. Go
May the
kill
stars
her.
guide you.
Kill her now. Hi, Darker, yes. Unfortunately. Whoops, no, I'm going this way. So, to continue, Varian and his forces and Greymane and his forces charge into Ashenvale and pretty much prove the deciding factor in the battle. The Horde do manage to establish quite a bit because they were conquering while the Alliance was debating. It's a common trend, isn't it? But nevertheless, they do manage to push them back. Now, the funny part is Varian and Garrosh amongst this battle had this really big duel going between themselves. The, hey stars, So, I have to admit, I'm a little surprised Garrosh kept up at all with Varian. But the long and the short of it is, Garrosh is way more of a berserker. And Varian is not. Again, Varian, in terms of lore, really is much more of a prot warrior than a fury warrior. And so, as you might imagine, the battle went exactly how a battle between a fury warrior and a prot warrior would go. Garrosh started off having the upper hand, just bam, 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 bam. But Garrosh started running out of rage, more or less literally. He started tiring out, and his stamina was just getting sapped and sapped and sapped. And Varian's just, yep, still going. You got anything else? And Varian was outlasting him, and it got to the point where it was so bad that their battle was literally interrupted by the devastation of the actual conflict, the war going on around them. Oh my god! Oh my god! Boomkins. Ugh. By the war and devastation around them. And so... There you are. And so this interrupted them, and they were about ready to get right back into it. And Garrosh's supporters were like, "No, my lord, you must back off. Because if you don't, well, then we will have lost." Because the Horde were basically being pushed back. The Horde were losing the overall battle. And it was turning into one of those interesting situations where it was going to be a Pyrrhic victory. The Horde actually had the power on the spot to defeat the Alliance forces, but it would have been so devastating they would have never been able to hold on to Ashenvale. And as we've discussed, a land war against Night Elves on their home turf, when you don't have overwhelming superiority, yeah, that's a bad idea. Yeah, you guys voted for it, so on, not me. So, it probably doesn't help that I actually have agility gear on, because I don't actually have the other pieces of... Anyways, I actually meant to fix that today, and I completely forgot it. So yeah, the Horde actually withdrew so that they would be able to mount a stronger counteroffensive later, which is the one we actually did as the players. And Gilneas joined the Alliance forevermore.
I am listening.
Freaking Gilneans. I mean, Gilneans are awesome. Yes, that would have been victory, then death. Very, very accurate statement there.
Farewell. Can I assist you?
It is said that the Ring of Zoram is the key to any lock in the city. Do you have it, Leafsong? Ah, you found the ring. Thank you, Leafsong. Please take this as payment, and know that your deeds today will forever remain in my
Till
memory.
next we meet.
But no one else's, because, I mean, really, no one cares about you anyways. Gee, thanks. It used to be, if you angled it right, you'd go through the water. But if you didn't angle it right, you'd hit it as if it was a solid surface. Tell you what, guys, I'll go ahead and let you do a new poll. Poll, new, feral, or balance. Feral, balance. There, go vote. 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 Oh, ah. If it's balance, I need to go buy some new heirlooms. If it's feral, then we're good. Because I already have a full feral suit ready to go. Hey, Nazi. Other than loyalty to one individual side, not really. There's a reason why the Cenarian Circle has tried really, really hard to remain neutral for the last several years. Honestly, it's kind of funny because I know several players who want to roleplay as a druid who is loyal to the Circle, not the Horde or Alliance. And they're, you know... You can't, really. Even if they were to actually add that as an option. It's hard to pull something off like that because it's like, well, what quests do you do then? What story do you follow? You can't really make a whole story arc just for the Circle, can you? You're right, Zawan. We should wipe them out so they don't suffer anymore. Those poor bastards.
Greeting.
You're a brave one to have come here under these circumstances, especially since the building we're standing in is currently on fire. What business have you, stranger? So Evanar was successful. Actually, more to the point, you were successful. I cannot thank you enough, Druid. But there is more that must be done to the leaves before they can serve as a curative for what ails the child of Lara.
May the stars guide you.
The concoction is not quite complete. It must be bathed in the light of Elune before we can even think about giving it to the child. There's a known location to the west of Lake Falathim where the goddess's moonlight always touches down, day or night. Please, Leaf Song, I implore you for the sake of Relara, take this concoction and bathe it in Elune's radiance. But beware, she's actually a titan, so everything might be doomed.
Farewell.
Wow, darker. A friend of mine from Astronar, Renee Wolfrunner, asked me to send a scout west to Lake Falathim. Taranis left days ago, just before the Horde attacked. Wow, Jengies. He was searching for an item he thought he could slow the Furbog attacks on our people. A rod created by a now dead, evil wizard. Oh, I remember that rod. I actually had that for a long time. Before he left, he mentioned a gem for the rod. Unfortunately, we know that the Titan, some evil force has invaded the lake. Please save my friend.
Go in peace.
The Furbog have descended from the heights and overrun the ruins of Horde-Alliance to the north. I believe they did so because they were attracted to what the dead cultists there uncovered. 3 moonstones. Liladris Moonriver will counsel you to deal with the Furbog in a more direct manner, and I will not gainsay her, but I would ask you to go to the ruins and deactivate the moonstones.
Go in peace.
Gotta admit, this is actually kind of impressive. This is a handful of sentinels and no actual, major forces and just a few Nightsabers holding back against an entire force of the Horde. So this is either the Horde are pathetic, the Night Elves are really good at defending this spot, or both, I guess. Take your pick here. No, I don't want the guild names to be wiped out. I feel bad for those poor people. You missed it, Ziwan Joker. We were actually talking last night about how awesome it would be if you could, if Sylvanas finally went full tilt Ultimate Villain, and we, as the good Forsaken, the Forsaken who are, victims in all of this crap, were able to turn against her, and basically turn the Forsaken into the Forsaken, rather than Sylvanas' evil hour. Then that would be awesome. Also, I love this song, by the way.
I am honored.
I certainly hope you're here to help, Druid. The situation is as dire it appears. To put it simply, we are losing. My girls and I are the last defense against the Horde, but we're not going to get out of this one without taking the fight to them. To a challenge. I have a small squad of sentinels that I can loan to you. Get them close. I'm certain their magic arrows can destroy those wreckers. Quick, go! For the Horde-Alliance! Hey, Sonoshi, and yes, unfortunately, it is still not working. We have a poll going, by the way, right now. Hang on. Give me a moment, and I will link it. Hey, we've got a poll for anybody who just joined us. Please feel free to go do that. We have no AoE yet, do we? When do we get an AoE? 42? Ugh. I gotta be completely honest, and this is no Horde or Alliance bias here. The Horde should be winning here. They have all of the advantages, literally all of them right now, and they're not just crushing the Night Elves. I could understand if this was like a choke point, the Night Elves were trying to force them through, but this is a wide open terrain. Look at this, look at this. They are in the least defensible position possible in this particular outcome. The only possible situation in which the Horde could be losing is if their leader was some kind of idiot. Oh, wait. It's about you voting! Sonoshi. Make your vote heard, and if you don't understand the question, just vote randomly. That's what... I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it. I was going to make a political joke, but I shouldn't do that. Shouldn't violate my own rule. Like I said, either the Horde are pathetic, the Night Elves are awesome, or both. Honestly, in all sincerity, though, I think this is I don't think the Night Elves are awesome here. No offense. I think this is just the Horde are stupid. Like, I think the Horde are really, really stupid in this circumstance right here. They should have won this battle already. They have, like, half a dozen siege weapons and what looks like at least a company of troops. And the Night Elves have nothing. This is also keeping in mind that the Horde had no problem taking Winter Spring Post, which was way better defended than this. That's the first I've heard of it, Gnarlex, so I don't know. I would need more context to even comment on it. Yeah, that is a damn shame, because that's exactly what players would do. For those of you who, of course, are watching us on YouTube, Vinatri just said an awesome idea where it'd be nice if we had more political factions to choose, rather than just Horde-Alliance. Why not have Cenarian Circle? Why not have the SI-7? Why not have the Earthen Ring? Why not have the actual Forsaken and not the Sylvanas Forsaken? You know, that kind of thing. And that would be awesome, you know. But, whatever.
How may I help?
I've received a report about you from our scouts in the forest, but I had no idea how capable you are. The fact that literally stars are falling around you did not clue me in. Thank you, Leaf Song. With what you've accomplished, the tide is turning. I've no doubt we'll rout them by the end of the day. Right. There are two humans here, Firo Ironhand and Delgrin the Purifier. They're a member of an organization known as the Argent Dawn. Both fell defending the post when the Horde attacked. Oh my god! Oh my god. Really? The Horde attacked Argent Dawn troops. I'm gonna loan you my magical cloak. It was a gift from Cenarius that allows me to move invisibly. Find both of their corpses and retrieve the hammer in the prayer book. Beware the warlock up there.
Be careful.
We're gonna go and get a selfie of the testament of how stupid the Horde is here. Yeah, stupid Horde. Seriously, stupid Hordes. God almighty. Okay. They have more than just 6 troops. Just all of their troops are in here and injured. That actually evens it out a bit. That evens it out a little bit. A minuscule amount. The fact that they're fighting a war on 2 fronts with the Furbog on the other side, that makes this a little bit more ridiculous.
Peace be with you.
The Moon Priestess has a plan to make us sure that no further Furbog descend on us from the Highlands. I am more concerned with those that are already there. Distasteful as it may be, I must ask you to go north to the ruins of Ordil Aran and slay the Furbog. We cannot fight on 2 fronts, and yet you're managing it surprisingly well with no defenses or anything. I mean, if there are at least some ancients here or something, God. Why are you still here? You should be dead. Oh, lag. There we go, we're good. Sigh. So for those of you who don't remember, there were actually a couple Argent Dawn people, and they gave quests for the Black Fathom Deeps. Well, you're asking if I actively play them, the answer is no, Sonoshi. If you're asking if I have ever played them, the answer is kind of yes. Basically, I'm still making my way through the Pokemon series, so at the moment, I'm actually up to, Black and White 2 is as far as I've gotten, and I really haven't had a chance to go further than that. Now, okay, so I keep bashing the fact that they should have lost at that battle. Let's go ahead and acknowledge the reality of the situation. So, the problem is, this is WoW. I know. That's a weird thing to say, but it's true. That's the problem. What would be a better way to showcase what's happening here, in my opinion, is if they had the way to show it in engine as we're approaching. Like if there was like a movie or a television show or whatever. As we're on approach, we see like a whole line of elves fall or something like that, and the elves are literally being pushed back as we're on approach, and this is literally their last desperate stand, and they've got maybe 10 minutes before the Horde completely overwhelm them. You know, that kind of a situation. And we rush in and we start doing these missions to try and special ops our way through them to take out leaders and all the other things we'll be doing in order to fight them. And that's when the tide actually turns and they're able to hold the line. Make sense? So I believe that's what's actually happening in lore right now. As opposed to just they're super awesomes. Somehow. But of course, because of the static nature of an MMO, they can't really show that without doing lots of layering or whatever. Yeah, Warcraft 3 could have done a lot more with this scene. Literally just, oh god, we're being overwhelmed, quick, oh, quick, go back, you know, and that kind of a thing. I would absolutely love to have a level 100 Mew. I will get my 3DS right now. I think I'll put that in XY. Give me just a second. Never leave. I'm never far from my 3DS. I was really, really hesitant when I first bought a 3DS, you know, because its library was terrible. But I took a chance. I literally rolled the dice. I'm like, you know what? It's a Nintendo system. There is a pretty good chance it will have games eventually. I was right. Yay. Of course, the Wii U was a similar risk. But that one is still working out. Are you talking about Rourke's Drift? Is the one? Also, it looks like we have an overwhelming majority here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Psychotic. It's kind of a bad habit of mine to not loot while I'm questing. And I really should get out of that habit, because so many quests are literally started from looting. Yeah, if they had done the terrain in a way so that we could see that, that would actually be really cool, I think. And of course I play Alliance. My main Alliance... Well, okay. My main Alliance is actually a priest. A Dranic priest. However, that has recently shifted from a Dranic priest to a Dranic shaman. Because those are my Alliance characters. I had a Worgen and then I deleted him. For reasons I've already discussed. He was a little bit too scarred by the war. Excuse me. So, I've been talking about my ideas for exactly how I would do Warcraft 4 many times. Genuine question, though. How many of you guys would be in favor of that? Like, if they actually did the idea of, okay, so Warcraft 4 comes out and it sets up the next WoW expansion. You know, it happens in between expansions. How many of you would be down for that? Are you sure they drop one Psychotic? Usually quest items have a higher drop rate than those. Okay, so I've been asked, what is the best healer? That varies based on expansion, and actually I have no idea what it is right now. Seriously. I have not played healer at all in Warlords. So I don't know. I'm going to kill one more, and then I'm going to give up on this adventure here. Favorite class in lore? I just find warlocks fascinating lore-wise. I mean, I like basically every class in lore, but warlocks are kind of a special interest factor to me. And yeah, if they were going to make a Warcraft 3, I strongly think they should make it with the StarCraft 2 engine. And I would be blasted to hell and back for that opinion, because everyone in the universe absolutely hates hates StarCraft 2, except for me, obviously. So yeah, there's one of the Argent Dawn gentlemen there. Ah, okay. Got it, Psychotic. If you glance at the comments, you'll notice there's another area right over here, actually, where we could get him as well. I'm going to not stress it for the moment. Oh, I hear it all the time, Norlix. You have no idea how often I have been bashed for my enjoyment of StarCraft 2. I get that all the time. Like, a lot. But yeah, no, I think Warcraft 4 done in the StarCraft 2 engine would be phenomenal. That engine is a very, very versatile, very well done engine, which you can do a ridiculous amount of things with. I mean, just look at some of the stuff they pull off in the arcade. It's incredible. So this is a warlock who is loyal to Garrosh. I just feel like pointing that out. In fact, his last words are, "No, Garrosh, I have failed you." Then he dies. I should probably go and blow this one at it. It doesn't work that way anymore. So I could give you permission, and then it'll be an automatically nuked link. I would have to go and manually take down all the protections to allow anyone to post any links. So. No. Run. Yeah, I know. This is Moonfang's pelt. In fact, I should probably go ahead and just delete that, because I'll never hit 90 on this character. So, I'm just going to get rid of that. Oh, there it is. Help! Help me! Help me, Sentinels! Help me! Oh, God, help me. Oh, God, they're still following me. Okay, we lived. Yeah, no mods are on at the moment.
Greetings.
We are in your debt, Druid. If we know anything about the Furbog, they do not like having their noses bloodied. Won't be long now before they tuck tail and return to their village.
Ashenvale. Goddess bless you.
Thank you, Leaf Song. With the moonstones of Horde-Alliance deactivated, we should not need to worry about any further incursions of Furbog. However, my scouts have returned with disturbing news from the Furbog village. There is an imminent danger massing there. I wonder, might I entice you to carry a warning to Astronaut for me? I suppose.
Goddess watch over
but not yet. We're not done here yet. Apparently you guys want me to go to Feral.
Hello.
Our losses here have been staggering. I do not look forward to writing the letter to the Argent Dawn Embassy in Darnassus. At least be able to send their most prized possessions back. I cannot thank you enough for your courage, Thiefsong. Please accept this on behalf of the post.
Good luck, friend.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's see. I think I know when we'll switch specs, and it's not right now. It's just as well since I can't do a proper transmog. What the heck? There's a keeper over here. Yes, those... Whoa! Hello. There appears to be, oh my god, that... Did you see that? The tendril literally mind-flayed the maggot.
Come, speak to me at your leisure. Let us discuss matters in a civil manner.
Tyrannus' body lies atop the broken small rise next to the Keeper. Deep slashes crisscross his corpse. As you rummage through Tyrannus' belongings, you find a water-damaged journal. Quickly, you flip through the last legible pages, and you read that Tyrannus makes mention of finding the gem, but having lost it in the Faletham area. The only thing left to do is find it. Perhaps the tendrils have it. When I sensed these things rising from below, I came to put them back down. I found the corpse. Hi, Hylisk. I found the corpse. Oh, God! I found the corpse of your friend and dragged him as far as I could before one of my fetlocks was broken. It is all I can do to hold off these tendrils. There is one that controls the tendrils, and it calls itself Harbinger of Photic. I'm sure you've heard it yelling from the south. The Harbinger stands out of range of my magic, but you could get to him if you dare. We're level 26 at the moment. Thank you for the compliments on the faceless voice acting. I probably shouldn't stress my throat like that, but I wanted to do it. I like stretching on my voice acting every now and again. Every now and again. Not otherwise, though. So as you can see, the old gods are getting bold. This has actually been a recurring theme every time we've seen them so far. Usually the old gods are much more subtle than this. The fact that they actually have been literally sending tendrils through the area. I mean, we saw this in Black Fathom Depths. I believe she said Dawn. Zoram. Pretty sure. But yes, he literally can't get any closer. It would actually be extremely dangerous for him to attempt so right now. Like, extremely dangerous. Alright, bring it! Slow casting.
That form means nothing. We are without end.
There's a theory going around, and maybe the book will confirm or deny this, that the Naraki aren't actually individuals. That they are literally the equivalent of bits and pieces, I suppose, of the actual old gods themselves. Generally, yes, Frankie. I actually got quite a few different viewers from joining the channel, because you can go to the channel and see who's streaming and that kind of stuff, and we can coordinate with other streamers, that sort of thing. So, no, it's okay, Dakota. We got this. We got this. Anyway, so yeah, I think the best parallel here, if this theory is true, is that each of the Naraki, each of the faceless ones, is literally just like the equivalent of a white blood cell, if you will. Or maybe like a hand, or something like that, of the actual whole that is the old god. There's a lot of hints to that effect, too. We'll see if the book clarifies that in about a week from today, actually. Do keep in mind, we still have that voot in the future as to what we're going to be doing with regards to that book, so... With the death of the Harbinger, I can begin to cleanse the lake. You have my deepest thanks, Leaf Song. I mourn the loss of your friend, but know that his remains will fuel the reclamation of the forest hereabouts. Well, I'm sure he finds that rather, wonderful. I can think about that for a moment. It'll make my gruesome death totally frickin' worth it, to quote Black Mage. We don't have the Voot up yet, Nero says. I haven't decided to put it up yet. I've looked into expected shipping times. I already know exactly how we'll do it. If UPS gets here at time, or whoever it's being mailed via.
I'm listening.
Did you have any trouble getting to the light of Elune? Oh no, it was no trouble at all. Yeah.
Good luck, friend.
Ah, welcome back, Leafson. This is terrible. Tyrannus is dead? The time for mourning will come, but for now we must focus our efforts. I will send some of the sentinels to recover Tyrannus's body and assist the Keeper. Yeah, because your sentinels aren't busy right now or anything. You have the gem that Tyrannus was seeking? It must be delivered to Astronar. Ding. I would ask you to deliver the gem directly to Renee Wolfrunner. Last I heard, she was still in Astronar to the southeast. At least the road between here and there is still relatively safe, so it should be a simple matter of getting there.
Del Nadris.
Leafsong, I know it has been bathed in Elune's light. I believe the concoction will help the afflicted child. Please, take it to Astronar and give it to the child's parent, Pelturus White Moon. Here's how you reach Astronar.
May the stars guide you.
And... thank you, Frankie. Good luck on your stream, by the way. Well, we already took a picture of that one. So why don't we take a picture of the defenses? For the Night Elves. With the ridiculous hat, of course. Gotta have a ridiculous hat if we're taking a selfie. That's just how that works.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
You have been of great assistance to us, Leafsong. Without you, we would have been wiped out by now. See, again, that idea that they're literally, we're losing and minutes from being gone and wiped out, and then we showed up and helped turn the tide, so... something they can't quite show off well enough without using a lot of phasing. It would be my pleasure to offer you a ride on one of my lightsabers any time to ride to Astronar into the southeast. I'm sure you will find very important business to attend to there. I would consider it a great kindness if you would speak with my sister, Sentinel Luara, when you arrive. Tell her I am well.
Ashenvale.
Let's do it.
May the stars guide you.
Why are we going this way? No, not through the Horde. For the Horde. I feel like this should have been phased, and it wasn't. Like, a lot of that quest line feels that way, you know what I mean? Just... maybe they didn't get around to it, or maybe they changed their mind, or maybe they didn't want to add too many phases, because there are already several phases in this zone. And the more phases you add to a zone, the general worse the server load is, so... see you around, Ezra. Have a good lunch for me. Seriously. I must live... oh, I can't think of it. Through you! In terms of lunch, because I'm probably not taking a lunch today.
Ishnu Allah.
Ivana's alive? I feared she might be dead when we heard about the attack on Maestra's post. As you can see, we have our hands full with the Horde here as well. You've given me my greatest gift by knowing she is well. Anytime you wish to ride one of my lightsabers, it is yours.
Farewell.
You know, you got a hippogriff guy right here, too. Aha! Gotcha, Dakota. It all makes sense. Wow. The Horde have really... vicariously! Thank you, that's the word. The Horde have really been bombing the crap out of this place, haven't they? I sure hope no particular Pandarans were involved in the bombing of this place. That would be really awkward.
Greetings. May the stars guide you.
So I think Sonashi decided to run off with that level 100 Mew. Kind of sad, no? Honestly, I could never picture a Pandaran doing any of the Cataclysm quests. I mean, I get that that is actually what happens in lore, but oh my god.
Elune Adore.
Just,
Be
yeah.
careful.
So this is a great time for Q&A if you have any questions. Oh, it's okay, Sonashi. I should figure out how to get that myself. Because I remember something about that. Hang on a second. I know there's an event going on right now. I'll just go to Bulbapedia. Or an event going like all year, because there's this really big, you know, thing going on. Does Boomkin taste like chicken? No, it tastes like... You ever had a really, really thick turkey leg? That's pretty much what it tastes like. It's really good, though. Ugh. Why did the Titans wait... based on what we know before the book came out. So what we know is that the Titan... so again, ignoring anything from the book, which I believe we'll hash that out in stones. What we know about it right now is that Azeroth was a Nexus world, which had a incredible amount of magical energy flowing through it. Like, way more energy going through it than most of the worlds they encountered. And so their options were limited, basically. Oh, hang on, Redix. Let me pull up my dashboard here. We find Pandaria after Kata, but we find Pandarans before Kata. Hey, there it is, right there. It just... Yep, it went through right here, Redix. I'm sorry the announcement didn't show up. What would you like to put it towards? And thank you for the donation, Redix. I appreciate it. Okay, so they had two options when it came to the world. They could allow the magical energy to just go wild and rampant and all that, or they could focus it all into one spot and basically make that as like a focusing lens for the entire planet, and that's what the Well of Eternity was. And so there was a stupid amount of magical energy flowing through the well. I mean, and when I say stupid, I mean might actually be the single most energy ever. Like in the entire setting, the most magical arcane energy in the entire setting, again, ever. So, yeah, that's why the Titans did it, to our acknowledgement. Ugh! The second question I was asked, is it possible... Wait, whose spoilers the one? Yes, connect to the internet. Oh god, Dakota, it wouldn't even be a planet. It would not even be a planet. Thank you, Brigman. Sorry. I'm trying to push this in before I lose it. There we go. Okay, so... Give me a second, guys. Who out there would be in favor of instantaneous flight pathing, by the way? Like we used to be able to bug. And doesn't exist anymore. They fixed that bug. Gift has already been received. Damn. I mentioned this. This is kind of related. What I'm doing here is I'm punching in a code that Sonoshigus just gave me. So I don't normally just sit here and play my 3DS while I'm flight pathing. In fact, I usually have other stuff going on when I'm flight pathing. But how many of you out there just kind of zone out when you're flight pathing? Now, I'll discuss why I'm bringing this up in just a moment. Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this topic. And there were no Pandarans in the game of World of Warcraft prior to Kata, but in lore there were Pandarans in Warcraft prior to Kata. Several times, actually. Oh god, yeah, the other... Oh, got another code. The way flight paths used to work was so much worse in every way. Oh, it used to be terrible. Oh my god, you have no idea unless you were there. for it. They have improved the flight path system like 5 times. My favorite time was when you had to flight path each hop individually. And if you didn't know where you were going, you could actually go the wrong way, and you're just stuck on it for a bit. Whoops. Okay, so... Gift has already been received. Hey, Callisto. Well... That's an interesting question, actually, Zoram. In all seriousness. Yeah, by the way, back then when you had to go each hop, it would be really, really long. Is there any chance you could add a space in between these, Sonoshi? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's just really hard for my eyes to track the codes. That's why it's taking me so damn long to punch these in. What am I doing? Where's the Druid trainer? Does anyone remember where the Druid trainer is? Wow. I need, like, a sentinel to tell me where the Druid trainer is. Sentinels! Ah, where's the sentinels? There's no sentinels here. You're fine, Sonoshi. Ah, there's a sentinel. Hey, you. Where's the Druid trainer?
What brings you here?
Class trainer... Druid. This way.
Be careful.
Ba-ba-da. Apparently I was right there. What? I used the map? I used the Sentinel? So, the reason I ask about the flight path thing, I agree that generally a flight path is actually pretty fun to do the first couple of times. And after that, I just completely space out. It's like, yep, alright, I'm flying
May I
there.
help?
Yep.
Ashenvale.
And that's pretty much how that works. Okay, so, I really hate to do this, but I need to BRB. I am actually in a lot of pain right now. So I will BRB. Hey guys. Better out than in. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, so I've talked before about the big problem that all MMOs have, but for those of you who have never heard me talk about it, it is effectively impossible for any given MMO to produce content as quickly as people will consume it. There are many different ways around that, but it's one of those situations where, you know, some people think, oh, well, they should just, you know, make it happen. They should just hire more people or whatever. It does not, unfortunately, work that way. It'd be nice if you could just hire more people and just more content is generated. But that is not how that works. And that's the last one. No Ghosh, Sonashi, but thank you for the efforts. I mention this, though, because WoW actually has kind of a unique way of padding. See, every MMO, ever, has had different ways of trying to solve the content problem. The fact that people just chew through content so quickly. In WoW's case in particular, one of the biggest ways they do that is through the... What are you...
How may I help?
What? You just missed the messenger from Moonglade. He said little except that he carried an urgent message from Loganar, one of the honored trainers of the Cenarian Circle. Okay.
Elune, light your path.
Well, let's go ahead and head to the circle then. Anywho. So... WoW, the main method WoW uses to stretch out its content so people don't push through it too quickly is travel time. Flight paths, not being able to fly in certain areas, mounts only being so fast. That is their primary method of stretching out the content. I mention this because this is the biggest reason why WoW has never implemented instantaneous travel, even though the code exists and they could do that easily and quickly. Whether I agree with that or not is a slightly different kind of question, but that is the reality of why it has never been done, right?
I am honored.
I am glad to see you have arrived safely in Nighthaven. I offer you welcome in the hospitality of the green glades of Glade.
Farewell.
He wants me to go do several dungeons, and then I could get a blue staff. That's kind of cool. We're actually not going to do that, but, you know, that would be nice. It is kind of nice that there are still the occasional class quests in this game. Anyways, so it is understandable why they don't do that, even if it's, you know. It would be really nice. One of the recent things that was mentioned was, you know, oh, well, I really enjoy taking my time on the flight. This is actually a developer who said this. Thank you, Sonoshi. I really, one of the developers mentioned they enjoy the flight pass because it gives them a time to enjoy the scenery. And I totally actually agree with that for the first 2 or 3 times. And then by that point in time, usually I just want to get there. Anytime, now this is just my perspective, but I know a few other people who have a similar perspective on this, like a few people in chat mentioned. That, you know, when you get to the flight path, I do that because I'm AFK. Like, Pax and I call it lazy moding. For example, it's actually faster in almost every case to just get on a flying mount and just beeline straight for where you're going. But if I need to go grab a drink, or if I need to hit bio, or if I want to go stretch for a bit or whatever, I'll go ahead and use a flight path so I don't have to be at the computer at the time. And that's pretty much what flight paths are to me at this point in time. I'm not saying they're not a good idea to begin with. In fact, I think flight paths are actually a great idea overall. I just think that having an option to instantly go there would be nice, like they had during the very first Christmas event that they first implemented. I think it was the first or second Christmas event, I forget which. But either way, they have implemented this event, and there was a bug. It's like this. So let's say your friend gets on the... I forget the exact mechanics, but your friend gets on a flight path, and you're here, and you throw a snowball at him as he's flying away on the flight path. Well, the game wasn't 100% sure what to do about that, so you'd just be there. You would just instantly teleport to wherever your destination was. And it's understandable why they fixed that bug. It was actually causing a decent amount of server issues, because it really was a bug. It wasn't supposed to work that way. But, yeah, it's just... it's, the kind of thing they could implement fairly easily, actually. Or like a mark and recall kind of a situation is something they could implement. But we all know why they will never do that. Because of PvP. I know I rant about PvP a lot, but I'm actually especially pissed off this morning because I have found out that they're going to nerf Demon Hunter's mobility because of PvP. You know, they couldn't just switch it up or make those abilities not work while you're flagged or something. No, no, no. We gotta nerf the whole class because PvP. So, insert rant here. Moving on. Right, I should become feral. I am now feral. Death, death, destruction. Whoops, this should actually be over here. I don't know, Hylisk. And as I've pointed out, that actually already exists. Some people are like, oh, well, we don't want to separate PvP and PvE. Try to keep in mind they already do. In a minor way, but they still already do it. They have still already separated PvP and PvE. Because CC works completely different in PvP and PvE. Completely different. It's not like you can't change the way other abilities work. I hate to go back to Guild Wars 1. There are some abilities you cannot use at all. You literally can't use them in PvP because they weren't designed with PvP balance in mind. So you just can't equip them. Bam. So that problem's solved. The other way they do it, though, and this is great, some abilities work completely separately. Like to give an idea of what I mean by that, this is just made up because I don't remember any of the specific examples. But this ability, you know, does 400 damage and awards a combo point while being behind the target, right? Well, in PvP, again, this is totally made up information. They would be like, instead of doing 400 damage and awarding a combo point and doing more damage behind, it would do more damage while you're moving, does less damage normally, and awards 2 combo points. You know, completely different ability. You know? This is also ignoring the fact that PvP talents are finally becoming a thing in Legion, so that you can have stuff specifically designed for PvP. God damn it, just segregate it already! Sorry, it really just... You know why it pisses me off so much? Ignoring the fact that this has been going on for a bajillion years. That's really the reason this pisses me off. But, let's see. But the other reason this pisses me off, the reason this really, really gets to me, and has been getting to me for years, is the fact that they're taking fun away from the game for me. They have been taking things... This has been happening for years. It's not just the nerfs. It's not just that I'm weaker. It's not just that, oh, you know, cry some more. No, it's the fact that they are actually looking at things that I enjoy, that I actually have fun with, and they are removing that from the game because someone over there was abusing it for PvP, or because it was unbalanced for PvP. And I'm just sick of it. This needs to be here. Yes. You know, that wouldn't even surprise me, Tim's up. Because I gotta be honest, I know the one Joker hates the Demon Hunters, but I don't. Demon Hunters are freaking awesome. Demon Hunters are so cool looking. They have a lot of cool factor to them. And they've got a lot of interesting mechanics and interesting mobility. And the fact that they're trying to remove stuff from that is just, oh my god, seriously? Who knows? Maybe, in some weird alien reality, they might actually just nerf it for PvP. I mean, that might actually be a thing. Hang on, Sonoshi. I turned it off. I didn't even realize there would be more coming. If I wanted balance above all else, I'd play chess. That is such a true statement. You know, the one big argument I always hear is, well, what about world PvP? But the thing is, it's really easy to make the actual specific thing that changes how the abilities work, whether or not you're flagged. I know what you're thinking. Well, how does that work? Well, it's actually really, really simple. Why don't you make it so that on all PvP servers, you're flagged all the time? So your abilities will always work PvP style, okay? Well, what about on PvE servers? Get rid of world PvP from PvE servers. Just get rid of it. I'm sick of it. How many times during this lore run have I had to stand there and sit there and wait? Because, by God, some idiot from the other faction, and it's been Horde-Alliance, has decided it would be funny to try and prove that he actually has some kind of significance in reality by killing quest mobs. At this point in time, I'm just sick of it. My tolerance has gone away. My tolerance is at a negative. If you want a PvP, go to a battleground. What? I cannot receive the gift by this code. Is that an XY code, Sonoshi? Because that's the one I've got here. But yeah, it's exactly. It's the reason it's called a PvE server. If I wanted to PvP world, we have PvP servers. We have battlegrounds. We have arenas. We've got a whole PvP mode over there. Enough with the world PvP thing. And the other funny thing is, like I said, I don't actually have anything against PvPers. The players. I really don't. That's not my anger. That's not my frustration. I actually know quite a few PvPers. They're really decent guys. They even care about the story sometimes. And they have the literal same exact complaints I do. Why haven't they separated PvP and PvE? Because it works the other way, too. PvP has been nerfed because of PvE. PvP has been ruined because of PvE. You know? Both sides, at least from... Okay, this is just from my experience, but both sides of this argument are in the exact same agreement. Can we just separate this and be done with it? Just... This. You know? Our peers are off having sex. I don't know what they're up to. It's probably regional, Sonoshi, because they're dumb and have regional things. That sucks. Well, at least we know, Sonoshi. Thank you for trying. Am I done? I need to do glyphs now. Do I have any glyphs? I do have some glyphs. Sure. I'm being facetious. I'm not... our peers are doing more interesting things than that. Where's... should be B. Why is it not... Okay. But anyways, the real answer is I don't know why RPers need to be a part of this equation at all. If you want to RP PvP, there are RP PvP servers. That's a thing. If you want to RP PvE, there are RP servers. So there's no reason to even bring them into this equation. You could just, you know... They already have those servers set up. It's not really a... It's not a big deal, you know? We can do that. We have the technology. Our peers can be both PvE or PvP, however much they want to, on both sides. Just like we, you know, non-RPers want to. I'm with it, you know? I get it. Can I explain glyphs? Okay, so glyphs are junk. They used to be awesome, but they're junk now. The way it works is there's major glyphs, which are junk. Most of these glyphs either give a very minor buff to a specific ability, very minor, or they change the way an ability works, which usually involves a detriment and a positive simultaneously. Minor glyphs are all cosmetic, with like 2 exceptions. So, like for example, you know, I can you know, make my abilities look different, or I can make mushrooms spawn in a different spot, or I can look like this instead of having moonkin form, you know, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Yeah, I used Kil'jaeden's Cunning. In fact, it's funny that Hylisk points this out. Kil'jaeden's Cunning, this is actually not quite related to the PvE and PvP thing, but Kil'jaeden's Cunning revitalized my interest in my Warlock. For those of you not aware, the way it used to work is Kil'jaeden's Cunning allowed you to cast while moving. You would slow down your cast time, but you could cast while moving, and it was awesome, and I loved it. Then they just flat out got rid of it. Just erased Kil'jaeden's Cunning the way it worked and replaced it with something completely new. And I haven't touched my Warlock since. Now, who knows? I'll probably touch it in... yes, thank you, Psychotic. I will probably touch it again in Legion, because I want to try out the new demo stuff, but... yeah. Oh, goody. I'm looking forward to what I've seen about the demo changes. I don't want to spoil, because I know a lot of people are trying to avoid spoilers for Legion. Suffice it to say, I like what I've seen so far. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So I need neck, rings. Apologies for the rant. I really, really get pissed off about some of the things. I love this game to death. I really do. But, oh my god. Doesn't mean it's perfect. That's why I laugh every time someone calls me a Blizzard fanboy. It's like, really? Okay, now that we are fully set up, let's quest. Hey, let's quest. Let's do some lore stuff, shall we? How do you get minor glyphs? Sorry, the way you get minor glyphs is you go to the auction house and you buy them from someone else, or you have a inscriber. It's a profession. And there's a specific ability in inscribers, and I actually can't remember exactly what it's called. Give me just a moment here, because I need to do something else anyways. This won't take me long. Okay. And then we'll crash. This is all part of the plan here, crashing. Yep. That's it's deliberate. Okay, Kargath. Weird. Yes, we're going to be starting Stone Talon almost certainly. Hopefully, if I don't keep getting distracted. Inscription. So, where is it? Actually, did they change this? Basically, you do these research things, which takes up ink and parchment, and as you do that, you get new glyphs, and you can get all sorts of wonderful, amazing glyphs, like these wonderful little things. You can also make cards. That's kind of cool, too. But yes, this is how you make glyphs, and as you can see, they're actually per class when you do that. And that's how you get glyphs. I hope that answers your question. Also, I'd just like to say this is really off topic, but I'm really happy with this particular transmog. I spent a surprising amount of time on it, just because the drops weren't happening. Like, it's not actually that complicated of a set. This is the tier 13 or 14, I forget which. The Pandaria Warlock Gauntlets and the Mage Lookalike Shoulders, along with some stuff from the Sunwell. I'm rather fond of it. I do want to do one other thing, though, really quick. Not on this character, though. Over here. On you. Yes. Good thing is I'm already here. Yeah, the shoulders are really nice. It took me forever to get them to drop, though. Those are specifically the LFR ones, which is what I wanted. That's the color that matches it. Oh, don't tell me there's none up right now. Hey, Shuryu. Is it dash? Shoot. I thought it was Glyph of Dash. It's really unusual for there not to be a glyph up at any given point in time. At least on my server. Obviously, this is not my server. No. Huh. There's no Glyph of Dash up. Well, that sucks. Whatever. I was hopeful to get Glyph of Dash. Sucks to be me. Moving on. Quests, lore, etc. Right, no, I actually am going here.
I am honored.
I am Renee Wolfrunner. Who might you be? Tyronis is dead? She weeps softly for the loss of her friend, and then composes herself. We must see to it that his sacrifice was not in vain. Are you willing to see this through, Druid? Very well. Allow me some time to think about how we should proceed. I will know shortly.
Be careful.
Directly to the north of Astranar are the Thistlefur. My scouts report that their numbers have grown greatly over the past few months. If they grow too great, they may find the courage to attack Astranar directly.
Good luck, friend.
Oh, that hurt.
Peace be with
I
you.
must apologize, for I have no time to speak. My child, Relara, is deathly ill. This is from Orindil? His skill with herbs and healing is great. This cure gives me hope, when before I had little.
May the stars guide you.
Here you are, Relara. Take this. Please ignore the sounds of the Horde bombing us as we speak. Father? Are you there? I'm hungry. Can I have some stew? What? You're awake. Oh, the cure must have worked. Thank you, Leaf Song. Also, it's kind of nice being a Night Elf Druid again. I really don't like Tauren Druid feral forms at all.
Ishnuala.
I had hoped Orindil's cure would save Relara, but I fear it only slowed the disease running through her. We must find more powerful medicine. Thankfully, Orindil spoke to me of further remedies should this one fail. Elune's tear is a type of stone that rests in only one place, the remains of Iris Lake, destroyed by the eruption of Thunder Peak.
Farewell.
Yeah, as Psychotic points out, while we were on our Horde, Pandaren dropping presence on the area, this is that village, and in fact you can see it's still on fire, and they're still bombing it in our absence.
Arcanon Poros.
Under the supervision of Architect Nemos and Vindicator Vidar, my people are revitalizing an old Night Elf outpost in the eastern part of Ashenvale. The task of building won't be easy, Leafsong, but for the challenges and enemies they face are many. I know Architect Nemos and his compatriots at Forest Song would appreciate any help they can get, and he has asked me to send any interested women his way. Only women, for some reason. Speak to me again, and I shall arrange fast transport.
Remember the lessons
Hello.
of the past.
Druid, Astronar's burning. Quick! Take this bucket of water and put out the fires before nothing left.
Goddess,
Quick!
watch over
Hey, Samurai! I've been wondering where you were. I've had stuff to tell you, but I don't remember it right now, because it's been like 3 days. What's up? But seriously, stop being on fire. Ah! They're bombing me! They're bombing me! He didn't do all of this, Sawan. Remember, so the way this works, lore-wise, is we basically did the test run. We bombed Astronar. It worked out, and they were like, excellent! So while we moved on to do other things at Silverwing and whatnot, or Silverwind, they sent some of their, more common grunts to go ahead and just keep bombing it, basically. So that's what's happening right now. In fact, we are actively being bombed as we speak by those grunts we left behind. Frickin' dragons. Kill them all. Yes. Yes, it's the true answer. Oh yeah, so I remember now, Samurai. God, it's been a lot longer than a few days, hasn't it? So about a week ago, there's news about the 3DS capture card front. So that news is basically he finally might be someday in the future actually starting. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. He might actually be starting creation of them again. And Murky, who is the European distributor, has already started redistribution. Unfortunately, Mr. Murky actually refuses to do any US units or models, so I'm still SOL. I was actually watching like every day for news on that once he announced it, and then it was like, oh, and by the way, this is European only, and it's like, oh, damn it. So, yay. The other thing I wanted to share was a song, which I've kept just saved here for a bajillion years. Don't want everyone to hear that. This is the song. I just want you to listen to this song and picture Nintendo versus... Or not Nintendo. Mario versus Xehanort. And just picture that when you listen to that song.
What brings you here?
Thank you. Now to deal with the Horde. The fires are mostly contained, but we have to do something about those Wind Riders. Quick, Leaf Song, you have to jump onto one of our glaive throwers and return fire.
Oh, well.
It's time to kill some Horde scum. Oh, yeah. Death to the Horde! And to the living! Oh, right. Yes, she did. She's actually done the music for quite a few of the Mario RPG games. So, this is really off topic, but have any of you heard about the complaints about Paper Jam? Mario and Luigi Paper Jam? I'm just curious. Come on, I need more Hordes. I need more Horde to kill. Death to the Horde. To the Horde. There we go. Well, I've heard a lot of complaints about how the story is typical and boring and dumb. And I kind of tilted my head at that a little bit. Because my first thought was, yeah, I kind of get it. I'll go ahead and just tell you something right now. One of the biggest complaints is that Bowser's the bad guy again, and therefore it's kind of a typical story. But I started thinking about that. That's kind of a weird complaint for the Mario RPGs. So here's the thing. Super Mario RPG, first Mario RPG ever done, right? Great game. I can't wait to talk about it in a exploration or an in-depth review or Lorerun or whatever. We're going to do something about that game someday. That's happening, so get hype. But one of the things I love about that game is the fact that the Smithy Gang was such an alien thing for the Mario universe. That was part of the point, was that they were such a weird thing and something that just did not belong in Mario's universe, and that's why they were the villains. Paper Mario, okay, Bowser was the bad guy in Paper Mario, but it worked because they had a lot of character focus in Paper Mario. Huge emphasis on fleshing out the characters. Paper Mario 2, we had an eldritch horror of undying doom as the villain. Paper Mario 3, we had a crazed clown who was diseased in the head, trying to destroy all of reality as the villain. Okay, still with it. Then we go ahead and have Mario and Luigi 1, where the villain was basically a witch from another kingdom. Completely separate new character. Mario and Luigi 2, we literally have aliens, the Shroobs, which were actually really disturbing. That was a very dark game overall. Then Mario and Luigi 3, we have one of the most demented, deranged, psychotic, evil bastards in the entirety of the Mario franchise as the villains. Now, in Mario and Luigi 4, we do finally have Bowser as a villain. This is the second time, by the way, if you're paying attention. Except they did it really cleverly, because it wasn't just Bowser was the bad guy. It was building up to this other guy being the bad guy, and then it turns out Bowser's actually the villain all along. So the fact that Bowser's the villain doesn't really strike me as typical. It's the third game of, like, 9, I want to say, where he has actually been the villain in the game. So it's just a weird complaint to be leveling at the series, I think.
How may I help?
We're saved. You've shot down enough and we should be able to handle the rest. I cannot thank you enough.
Del Nadris.
Also, consider this my personal recommendation for all the Mario RPG games that are actually Mario RPGs. Sticker Star is not a Mario RPG, so...
Ishnu Allah.
So, yeah. Okay, let's do this. I don't know, Samurai, but that is literally the big complaint I've heard many, 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 many times about it. Just over and over and over and over and over. I just wanted to address that somewhere. Because, damn it. Anywho, why don't we talk about WoW for just a little bit during this lore run? Just this once. There is no such thing as a fresh trope to Coita, so on a technicality, I will agree with you. So let's go back to that idea I was talking about forever ago. Again, Warcraft related. Hey look, it's that troll charm, Psychotic. As you search the belongings of the dead furbog lying before you, a small charm, obviously created by trolls, spills onto the ground. Touching the charm, you immediately get attacked by a rogue. You immediately get the sense that something is not right about the wood. A feeling of unease, of corruption permeates the object. Wrapping it in some spare cloth, you put it in your pack and resolve to show it to Rain Wolfrunner when next you find yourself in Astronar. So here's a weird thought. We were talking about the possibility, this is a bit ago now at this point, the possibility of having a Warcraft 4 done with StarCraft 2's engine, okay? So here's a really weird idea. One of the things we know is Blizzard now has a team basically of what you would refer to as script editors. They're there to keep all the story cohesive and coherent henceforth. Now, normally I would say this is probably a reaction to the Burning Crusade disaster, when they were getting their story incredibly inconsistent. But then there's Warlords, where they got the story inconsistent because the writing team wasn't on board with each other. Anyways, regardless of whenever this team came into existence, we know it's a thing now. And this is a common thing for many franchises to have. Most franchises actually have the concept of the Most franchises have the concept of the we're making sure all the lore stays contiguous thing. And it's logical when you have a team of writers, especially when you actually loan out writers. You want to have someone come in who says, well, you can't actually do that because ... Otherwise, you just have this ridiculously inconsistent story, and Doctor Who happens. So, rather than suffer that problem, Blizzard has this team now. Again, just like everyone else does. This is relevant because that team is required to do my idea. Would it not be interesting if we had a situation... we have a situation where... Okay, so imagine Warcraft 4 comes out after Legion, right? And it continues the story of Warcraft. I mean, duh, I suppose. So Warcraft story is continuing. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. Warcraft story is continuing, and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't even matter what it is. You know, the old gods, or maybe the South Seas. I don't freaking know. Something happens, right? Now you're like, okay, well, why is this even significant? Or why are you even bringing this up? Well, what if they did a thing where once they had Warcraft 4 out on a good engine, you know, maybe a slight modification of the StarCraft 2 engine, or just using the StarCraft 2 engine in general. Like I said, that is an incredibly versatile engine. Why not have it so that you have Warcraft 4 out, and you have WoW out, and you alternate content back and forth across the same story? So that, to use the real-life expansions as an example, what if WoW came out, and then BC was a Warcraft 4 expansion, and then Wrath was a WoW expansion, and then Kata was a Warcraft 4 expansion? Use this as a method to try and deal with the content problem that all MMOs face. Now, it would not be the easiest thing in the world to implement, and that's why that third team of people whose only job is keeping the lore straight would be critical, in fact required, for this to work. Because they'd be basically going back and forth between the two teams constantly, making sure they're all writing the same story, and it's all self-contiguous. It would also be expensive to do. But what do you think?
How may I help?
We are well done, Leaf Song. We are under constant threat from the Furbog. Hopefully this will keep them at bay for a while longer.
Good luck, friend.
What's troubling you, Druid? A troll charm? What are the Furbog doing with such a thing? I thought the Pandaren character got all of them back. Well, there's someone who might be able to help. The man standing right across from me is known as Hephaestus Pilgrim. He is one of the Worgen. He and his sister came to Astronar not long ago, looking for a place to live. He picked a really bad time to move to Ashenvale. From what little I've been able to glean, he's interested in trying to help the Earthen Ring with the Cataclysm. His sister is even very more powerful. She's trying to the east to try to help the shaman with the volcano.
Be careful.
Okay.
Farewell.
Hello, Hephaestus.
What's your story?
The Furbog covet that which does not belong to them. He turns over the charm in his hand and discards it. As a property to the carving that slowly corrupts those that aren't trolls. As I understand it, the Furbog have done this sort of thing before. Some never learn. No doubt they hoard the charms in Thistle Fir Hold above their village to the north.
Let the light of the new moon guide you.
So, well, okay, what Venetri, I keep forgetting chat isn't on screen. Venetri points out a valid problem. People who didn't want to play Warcraft 4 would have the exact same problem we have right now, which is large gaps in content. My counter-argument to that is, that's the problem we already have. Nothing would change. You with me? I mean, so, yeah. At this point in time, that would be exchanging nothing for nothing, at least from the perspective of anyone who didn't actually want to play Warcraft 4. And now in response to... So Takoida has an interesting thought. He says that would have the problem any other multimedia project faces, and Hylisk has the similar objection, a.k.a. Kingdom Hearts, which is probably the best example of that ever done. So, you know, having to go through... let's see... not counting the PS3 remakes, we had a PS2 game, a GBA game, a PS2 game, a DS game, a PSP game, a 3DS game, and then a PS4 game. All kind of tied together in there, right? So, yeah. You could see why that would be kind of an issue. I don't know enough about the accounting of Blizzard enough to know if giving away Warcraft 4 for free, if you were staying subbed, would be feasible. However, I do know, I can tell you right now, even without knowing their exact numbers, that giving you a discount on Warcraft 4 and further expansions would be entirely feasible. Now, Hylisk has that problem, and I kind of get that, but at the same time, I can't bring myself to agree in this case. And the reason why is because, remember, this is all on the PC. Warcraft 4 and WoW would both be PC games. This isn't jumping across you having to buy multiple different consoles just to be able to frickin' play the game, like the Kingdom Hearts problem we have. Rather, it just forces you to play through an RTS. Now you might be like, oh, I don't want to play through an RTS. Well, that's not an invalid complaint. I will acknowledge that. I will offer a counter thought in response to that. StarCraft 2's casual mode. As we've seen, StarCraft 2's casual difficulty is stupid easy. Its entire purpose is to be there for people who don't want to be challenged or who don't enjoy the gameplay. They just want the story. So, especially if they were able to pick up Warcraft 4's latest expansion for, I don't know, $15 or whatever, because they're already subbed to WoW, it wouldn't be too hard for them to just blaze through the next expansion in Warcraft 4 to be able to figure out what's going to happen next when it comes to the next WoW expansion. Now, I'm not saying this is a perfect answer. In fact, it is a very unusual answer. And I have to admit, at least part of me is postulating this idea because of that. This is something that's never been tried before. No one's ever actually done this kind of concept before, of trying to actually shift back and forth between the stories, you know? And literally advance a singular story across two cohesive games that keep moving forward like that. It would give us Warcraft 4 back, which I know at least a few people would be interested in, and I admit I am one of those people. It would give, so we would actually be able to see the RTS side of things. The real catch is, and this is, in my opinion, the biggest actual obstacle for making this implemented, is you'd have to figure out what you're doing with the PCs in Warcraft 4, you know? For the stories of one, we already talked about that. Now it is actually worth noting, and someone in chat pointed it out, there is another way to see the story of the other side. It's called YouTube, you know? You can watch something like one of my things, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's an interesting idea. I'd love Warcraft 4. But anyways, yeah, so that's my weird radical idea for solving the MMO content problem. And the funny thing is, basically no other MMO has really had the unique opportunity to solve the problem in this way like Warcraft does. Because Warcraft is already an RTS. They already have another method of telling the story, you know? So, I'm not saying it's a perfect option, but it's the only answer I've ever come up with personally for the MMO content problem. And again, it's only a concept that I've come up with recently because, again, Warcraft is in a unique position to take advantage of that possibility. Hi, Neuralix. Thank you for the donation. Let me pull this up here. If it'll load. Well, while that's loading. Yes, I speak your tongue, Night Elf. We Furbog have been through this kind of corruption before. Not long ago, our leader stole the idol of Remulos. The demon-tainted thing ensorcelled the entire tribe, and our redemption was barely delivered by a druid known as Brol Bearmantle. But this time we did not steal. The trolls gave us the charms as a sign of friendship! See, that's interesting, because he claims that the trolls gave them the things as a sign of friendship, and yet the troll claims they took them when they came through and attacked the Horde people. And in fact, the troll wanted you to get the charms back away from the Furbogs. So, that's interesting. I wonder which one of those is true, or if both are true. Yeah, I have heard that idea before, Hylisk, and it's a good idea, I think, honestly. Because the MMO content problem is a real issue. It's a real problem that every MMO ever has faced. It's one of the biggest reasons why most MMOs slowly just decline in users and whatnot, in subs. Because there's just too many gaps in terms of content. I mean, Asheron's Call tried a method of just basically shoving out a patch every month, but most of those patches were Band-Aid patches. They didn't have any real content. You could literally do all the content for a month in a day. And so you got that problem where you'd log in for the monthly update, go do the content, log out, and then not log in for another month, you know? That is a huge issue MMOs have been facing for forever. So... Also, I just got another bot trying to sell me a virus. I mean, trying to sell me view bots. I'm getting so many of those this Lorerun, it's funny. Now, to make one thing clear, I am not in favor of the Destiny concept. For those of you not aware, Destiny actually has a decent amount of lore. You wouldn't know it from playing the game. Now, I don't know if this is still true. I know they've been giving out with expansions, and from what I'm understanding, those expansions have been good, basically. But, yeah. It is also worth noting that Warcraft 4 is unlikely to come out unless they can weave it into WoW somehow. So one way or another, it's either going to replace WoW's story, you know, like some of the comics used to do, and players got really, really, understandably, pissed about that. Remember when Varian killed Onyxia? Just to name one example of that. Anyway, so that's one thing they could do, and they're probably understandably hesitant to do that. Or one other thing they could do is to weave it in between the stories. I've been talking about that for years. AKA basically have a Warcraft 4 that is effectively an expansion to WoW, and then have WoW continue after that. Or they can do the weird, stupid, crazy idea I just pointed out. Or they can never make Warcraft 4, and those are basically your options. By the way, hi, Raskor. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. And hi, Reflexor. Hey, I do exist! I think I exist. Do I exist? I'm not actually sure. The future of the Thistlefur rests upon your shoulders, Night Elf. What was done had to be done, as our leader, Dull's sickness from the troll charms was destroying us. It was better for the health and dignity of the tribe that it was you, outsider. This way there will be no civil war amongst us, and we will easily find new leadership. Hopefully one that does not have the tendency to easily trust outsiders. Yeah. Up. Time to get our ding on. Cat ding! There was no explanation. Psychotic. No, Varian totally soloed Onyxia, which just I can't roll my eyes at that idea enough. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. I would absolutely adore a proper remake of Warcraft 1 through 3, done in StarCraft 2's engine. I've said it before and I've said it again, StarCraft 2's engine is amazing. And I would love for them to sit down and properly remake Warcraft 1 through 4. Especially, so we're more likely to get that now than we ever have been before. First of all, they have the unified BattleNet thing, and they're already thinking about pushing those games onto BattleNet. So that's a point in its favor. Second of all, they're doing this renovation of the lore of Warcraft, finally codifying this is what actually happened. No contradictory, lore stuff. And that's the Chronicles book. So, with the Chronicles book coming out, that would be a perfect time for Warcraft 1 to actually come out with a proper remake with here's what actually happened kind of a situation. And Warcraft 2. I personally think Warcraft 3 does not need a proper remake like 1 and 2 do. But I would still enjoy one, especially done in the StarCraft 2 engine. It's like Final Fantasy IX, to use a parallel. I don't think FF9 needs a proper remake. But I would still play the hell out of one if it came out. I do agree. Warcraft 3 could use separate audio channels. I mean, holy crap. Up there it is. StarCraft 2 is amazing awesomeness, in my opinion. And I am blasted regularly for that opinion. Seriously, I've had some people tell me that they think there's something legitimately wrong with me because of how much I enjoy StarCraft 2. It's a bit contentious, is what I'm trying to say. Well, any retcons at this point were probably the retcons we already have. I mean, if you go back and read the Warcraft 1's, manual and go through the missions, you'd probably be like, "What? This isn't what happened," you know? Because, yeah, they've changed quite a bit about both Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2's story. Warcraft 3 hasn't really been retconned basically at all, really. All of that is still fairly set in canon. But the first two games... I love anime. I want nothing more than my chat to just talk about anime forever. That's what I want.
Greeting.
Did you find the remains of the lake? Did you have the tear? Ah, you found it. Odd. It looks tarnished. Oh well, I'm sure it'll cure her.
Denadris.
This is a bad idea. Eat this, my daughter. It will help you feel better. She stirs from her delirium. Well, she stirred.
I am honored.
It didn't work. A sorrowful and resigned expression upon his face. He removes the tear from the soup and gently washes it. The eruption of Thunder Peak must have affected it in some way. You must take the tear to the moonwell of purity, which still lies intact. Protected by the goddess's power at the southeast base of the volcano. There, you will wash it in the sacred waters of Elune. What happens beyond that, I cannot say. I fear for my daughter's life. It is in your hand now, Leaf Song.
Good luck, friend.
Okay. It's a curious thing. We'll find out when Warcraft Chronicles comes out, if that book ever actually happened. Because try to remember, we're not actually sure if the events from the War of the Ancients book actually happened. We don't know if Ronan was actually back there. We don't know if Broxigar was actually back there. We don't know. The fact that they're not mentioned at all in the instance when we go back there is, I think, a good sign. Forgive me, but I would prefer it if that book never happened.
What can I do for you?
Do you think you retrieved all the troll charms from the Thistlefer hold? If any are left behind, the Thistlefer tribe will continue to be influenced, and eventually they'll attack this place. You've likely saved the Thistlefer from themselves. They can keep from stealing objects of power that don't belong to them, that is. I understand the Night Elves have problems with the other Furbog tribe to the south. Something Rana wanted to speak to you about. However, the more immediate concern I would ask your help with. The volcano threatens to engulf us all. And so that's the volcano.
You wouldn't want to see me when I'm angry.
Ishnu Allah.
Ah, there you are. I've pored over the notes Teronis made, and it sounds like your next course of action is to find the other pieces of Dartol's rod. I would start by heading east along the road to Rainwood Tower. A dryad there named Sheldrin is better suited to guide you. Seek her out.
Del Nadris.
Okay, I can do that. So you say it's northeast of the thinger? What's the difference between Blood Elves and Night Elves? Well, 10,000 years of different culture and establishment and all that much. But physiologically speaking, at this point in time, the only real difference is that one has been fueled by the energies of Nordrassil for 10,000 years, and the other one has been fueled by the energies of the Sunwell for 10,000 years. So there are some physiological differences between the two. Just not that many, really. The rest is all just the understandable differences that would happen if there was a human over here and a human over here, and they were completely separate for a ridiculous period of time. I mean, it's the expected differences. Now, the Naga, they're completely different. The Naga are actually an interesting thing because I have a theory about the Naga. I feel the book will actually confirm or deny that the Naga are actually a severe example of the Curse of Flesh being put upon them. Well, the Naga have always been servitors of the old gods, Hylisk. So that's why they were there, basically. No, Night Elves were the original elves. So it started off with the Dark Trolls, a specific brand and breed of trolls. I shouldn't do that. Then we had the Night Elves, which came from them. From the Night Elves came the High Elves and the Naga. From the High Elves came the Blood Elves, who aren't actually different in any meaningful way other than identifiers and whatnot. It's basically just a different faction of the same people. And then there's Dusk Elves, who are frickin' awesome. Can't wait till you see them. Hey, look! Where's the goblin? Oh, well.
What can I do for you?
My brother must have sent you. He wouldn't have done so unless you are capable of doing what must be done. Then we're doomed forever, Nero says. I'm pretty sure it does, though. I've seen a list of things the book answers. Like, literally, I haven't read the book or any of the spoilers, but there's a list out there of, these are the topics the book covers. It's a really big list. Oh no, a lot of people were affected by the Curse of Flesh. But regardless of that, like I said, it's just a theory of mine. And yeah, the humans are on that list too. It's a theory of mine that the way the old gods, probably Unzoth particularly, converted the Night Elves to the Naga was, again, a very severe, virulent, shall we say, form of the Curse of Flesh. Something that would happen immediately rather than, a few centuries like most of the others. So we're just going to blaze through these
by a common enemy.
Because, we've actually already done these, and I don't think these are actually relevant. I don't fully understand your question, Toasters. We've been doing the quests chronologically, so we're going to keep doing that. Oh, right, the Moonwell's up here, isn't it? Yeah, I think I see it up there. Why am I not... Okay. Somewhere around here, maybe? I'll just look this up. I'll just look it up. Aha! I just got Noralex's donation comment. Just now. Okay, so... I can finally distribute that. Oh, of course it won't, Salty. There's no way in hell they're going to get rid of their 10,000 years of absolutely nothing happening. I am kind of hopeful they'll have a few more significant events happening during the 10,000 year gap of stupid. But I doubt it. All the Naga we have encountered are pretty evil, but that's more of a factional thing than a racial thing. We don't actually know if all of the Naga are evil. I have theories that not all Naga are evil, but those are fully just theories. To my knowledge, we've encountered some cordial Naga. We've encountered Naga who have politeness about them. Hey, Jujus. But we've never encountered Naga who are actually good Naga. So whether or not such a thing exists is purely speculative. Ah! Dousing the tear in the moonwell, these waters begin to glow and churn with activity. A voice from inside the moonwell flows into your mind. You seek to cure a child, but know that all things come at a cost. Oh god, it's the Loa of the moonwell. To the east lies Rainwood Tower, Standing outside the tower next to my moonwell is the one who has fallen into corruption. Avarice Ill-Whisper seeks forgiveness and redemption. Will you help him to retain that what he desires, and in so doing achieve your own goal? I wonder who we're talking to here. Yeah, we've encountered a couple Naga that are against their people. I think literally just the two. Maybe it's just the one, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. No, we haven't really talked... We talked about him a little bit, Zuan, back in BC, yes. Zuan is asking about the one Naga who was a follower of Neptulon instead of a follower of Unzoth. But yeah, as Raskar points out, the only actual Naga we have encountered are the ones who are basically military Naga. The Naga who are specifically loyal to Ashara. And Ashara is very, very evil. So it is logical that every Naga we've encountered is also evil. I admit I love the idea of an oppressed Naga people who are decent people, who are just victims, basically, who are living underneath Ashara's reign and want desperately to be released. And they're the Naga that we could actually play as, but again, that's just me speaking in a vacuum. There's no proof of that at all.
What is nature's call?
Hello, how are you? Oh, Renee sent you. It must be serious indeed. What can I help you with? I wish your tidings were better. Renee is correct. I know about Dartol's creation and the treants in the area. At least I did once. They've become corrupted now. Their nature twisted. To find the next place of the rod, you'll have to find the key to open the chest it's in. Okay, I can do that. The satyr sneers, but when he realizes you're not here to chastise him, he changes his expression. Finally, my redemption is at hand. I have long waited for this day, and I think I know how to help you in turn. Okay, dude, the mere fact that you're a satyr standing in a night elf military installation, I think you don't have a lot to complain about, buddy. My former clan, the Felmusk of Nightrun, raided the Fallen Sky Lake some time ago, stealing moonstones that were unique to the area. These moonstones are known to have healing properties and can surely be used to cure the little girl that lies sick in Astranar. Nightrun is up the road to the east. Okay. I believe that's actually specifically regarding the foliage of their given area, Dakota.
What brings you here?
Hello, doctors. I raise my eyebrow at you, Dakota. I and my sentinels have been ordered by Keeper Ordanis to stay here and hold the tower. But so far we've been able to repel the Horde, but now they're going around us directly to attack the retreat to the north. The Keeper sent out his dryads to defend them, but they haven't been matched for the Warsong Orcs and this one Pandaren. I need you to go out there and recover as many Laughing Sisters corpses as you can.
Goddess, watch over you.
So you want me to carry corpses? Okay, I can do that. Hello, Dragon Cat. Yep, just grabbing corpses. That would be awesome, Bragwin. Naga starter zone down in the depths of Asharanan, or whatever the hell the name of the stupid city is, and trying to basically break out of the city that's under Ashara oppression. To my knowledge, these are all the same satyrs from 10,000 years ago. But seriously, though, to my knowledge, these are all the same satyrs from the original. It's one of the reasons why the War of the Satyr in Ashenvale was so damn devastating to them, and they've never actually been able to properly recover from that. Now, you might be like, Arsh, you seem to be doing Feral pretty well. Well, actually, my most recent playthrough as a Druid has been Feral. Remember, I gave up Resto Druid back in Pandaria because I was really pissed off at what they did about it. So I turned my Druid into a Feral. So, I'm actually kind of accustomed to this. Not that I'm saying I'm good at it, it's just I know, I feel confident in what I'm doing. Here's hoping, Gnarlex. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they really are building up Ashara as a big deal, though. Because, to be honest, she should be. Satyrs are still immortal, yes. Just like most demons are. Remember, those are demons in every way that matters. They are what happens when you take a night elf and artificially turn it into a demon. The only exception to that has been Illidan, and he was kind of a unique case.
Is there trouble?
Also, it takes some work, Toaster. I'm amazed you broke through the Horde line and managed to get here. Ah, thank you, Druid. We have our hands full defending the retreat, but when I can catch my breath, I'll see to it that these sisters are returned to life, goddess willing. You've demonstrated your prowess. We can use their help. We have been using the power of the Forest Heart to defend our tree, but its power is not without limit. The Forest Heart, huh? Shadumbra, the great cat of the forest, prowls nearby. It is from her we shall draw our inspiration. You will become one with the shade of Shadumbra. You will take the essence of the panther into you, and lay waste to those who dare attack the might of Ashenvale.
Hi!
Ba-dum-ba, kill the Horde. Death to Hordes. You're kidding, right, Raskor? Ignoring the fact that she is singularly responsible for most of the garbage of the entire setting, like most of the actions of how things screwed up, can all be traced back to her. There's also the fact that she is an incredibly powerful mage who hasn't had her story followed through yet. And that's really the big problem right there. In all honesty, if I was Blizzard, I would have probably pulled the trigger on Ashara and the Naga and the Old Gods before I pulled the trigger on the Legion like they did. I get why they did it, though. It's because Warlords didn't do well. No, that's actually a total lie. See, the thing is, they've been planning the Burning Legion expansion since early to mid Pandaria. That's been a build-up they've been building for a while. And they technically already had a big Old God expansion. That was Cataclysm. There's not even a technically. Cataclysm was the Old God expansion. That was the primary focus of that expansion. So shifting focus over to the Legion actually made a degree of sense. And pretty much all of Pandaria was a huge amount of Titan lore. Like, seriously, you'd be amazed how much Titan lore we got in Pandaria. It's a little ridiculous. And it's a natural way to go from having an entire expansion that's almost solely dedicated towards the Titans in terms of long-term lore, and then going from there to the Legion. Now, the catch there is Warlords, which really doesn't fit with anything. Or does it? Maybe it secretly does. But I won't tell you because I'm not talking about Warlords right now. Oh wow, this is a lot of Horde. Why are the Horde losing? Oh, right, Garrosh. Hey, what's up?
I am honored.
Hey, a brutal display, one fitting for enemies of Ashenvale. The Horde dares to think they can take our beloved forest away from us. They are fatally mistaken. You have saved Rainwood from destruction. Surely we can find a reward suitable for our champion. The battle against the Horde isn't being waged from this tower alone. There's a more substantial Silverwing Sentinel presence at Silverwing Grove to the southeast, near the border with the Barrens. I'm a bit late in sending my report, but I'm also hesitant to leave the tower unattended. I'm in dire need of help. Get this to her as soon as possible. You got it! I can just keep this form, right? Like forever? Yeah, sure, Salty. We'll go ahead and time travel to Wibbly Wobbly the rest of reality. I mean, it's not obligly enough as is it? Like I said, we will talk about Warlords when we get there. That rule exists for a reason. I'm tired about talking about FF13. We're not there yet. God damn it. Transparent tigers are so weird, looking at their eyes through their bodies. Ah! If only I had flying. Sigh. Hi, Banoth. I don't even know what that is, but okay. I mean, I can guess the context. Oh, God. I have this weird feeling there's no entrance to this area from this side of the thing, and I'm just wasting my time. I'm going to turn around now. If only I had flying. This is why I like flying. Okay, so topics to talk about. I had something else saved for this section. What time is it? God, it's already 12. I really don't want to talk about warlords. I've got so much to talk about warlords. Especially the big reveal about warlords. Oh, cool, Banoth. Gotcha. I did not know. I am quite ignorant. My sister finally saw Deadpool, by the way. Other than the one scene where she had to just close her eyes and not think about it, it was pretty good stuff. Okay, so I really did have a topic to talk about. It's just gone now. The Satyr. I would imagine proximity, Hylisk. That or willingness. I mean, logically, if we're really thinking about it, there's no reason he shouldn't be attacking everywhere. Ugh. And, ugh. Pardon me. It's the same one I had a panic attack over that I had to actually do some meditation to recover from. Anyways, so I understand the concept of not wanting to have just, you know, the same villain in every single zone. So I imagine that's the only reason why Ragnaros is not actually attacking, you know, every single zone simultaneously, even though that's actually what should be happening in lore. You know what I mean? Somewhere along the line, the story does have to take a backseat to the storytelling. In fact, if I could quote Babylon 5, I forget how JMS said it exactly, forgive me. But JMS went on record as saying, paraphrasing here, sometimes stuff would happen that doesn't actually make sense in lore because it makes for a better story. And he was fully in favor and fully supportive of that general idea, and I am too, admittedly. Sometimes making stuff happen because it makes for a better story just, you know, is a better model than making stuff happen that would make perfect sense in story and would be very boring to watch or do or whatever. Alright, let's go get that key while we're thinking about it. One thing I am curious about that they will probably reveal in the Chronicles book is the actual nature of the construction of the Dark Portal. Now, if you don't know what I mean by that, we actually have multiple different accounts of how the Dark Portal was actually made. At least on this end. We all pretty much are 100% on how it was made on Draenor's end. But on this end, some sources say it was actually just a portal. Some say Medivh actually crafted it. Some say that it was using a pre-existing ruin. So I'm curious which one of those is actually going to turn out to be true. So here's a weird question for you guys. I know that flight in these games is a bit of a contentious topic. And I've heard many, many people say, you know, oh, I hate flight in these games, or oh, I love flight in these games. And those are pretty much the the two sides of things I tend to hear most. Is I hate it or I love it, and that's like it. So which one of those things is up to you? You know, that's definitely your mileage may vary. Hibanoth. I'm not trying to lay judgment one way or another. What I'm curious about, though, if they added Mako physics to WoW, would that be an acceptable in-between option for any of you? For those of you who don't know what that means or never played Warcraft, never played Mass Effect, imagine, like, if I could just, you know, in mount form, go up this hill. Slowly make my way up the hill, and then go over to the other side, right? Instead of, you know... For the record, I'll go ahead and give my opinion now, since I've already tossed out the idea. I am hugely in favor of flight. I think adding flying to the game was one of the best decisions they actually made, especially to help separate WoW from other MMOs and the other systems of transit that exist in other MMOs. Well, we know some of the movie will exist. The Warcraft movie will have stuff happening on Draenor, so... Well, if it's being limited based on angles, then there's no in-between here. At that point, we might as well just have flying, like I was already discussing. The only point of having the Mako physics, literally being able to crawl up any angle, is the point of that. Ugh. I have to admit, yeah, no kidding, Malleus. Malleus says Eversong flight should be a thing. Yes, along with Azure Mist and Ghostlands and Blood Mist, for God's sakes. It's a little ridiculous. Those are the only zones we can't fly in anymore. Well, there should probably be dwarves in the Warcraft movie as well. I don't mind the unlock method of getting flying. Really, I don't. As long as it's not too bad. To use a fairly good example of this, you know, you could go through, you know, get to 70, or no, bad example, get to 80. Well, no, actually 70 is a good example. Back in BC, you couldn't get flying pre-70. You had to get to 70 first. Once you did, bam, you can fly. And I like what Warlords did by making it account unlock. So you had your first playthrough, where you got to see, you know, Warlords on foot, and now on your alt, you've already seen it on foot, so now you get to fly through it. I actually am hugely in favor of that model, as long as it's not too much of a pain to actually do the unlock.
Ah, the great outdoors.
It upsets me that the Treants have become corrupt. I wish I could do more to help them. I'm pleased to see you're back. The last piece of the rod is held by Druids of the Claw. I asked their leader to give it back to me, but he and his guardians nearly killed me. Clearly they too were affected by the Horde's corruption of the forest art. Cough. Cough. but I have an idea for how you can get into Oso's Cave and grab the pommel. Ever since I was a fawn, I've been pretty good at playing possum. It works great against bears. I can teach you. Go east to the Shady Nook and see if, and if they try to get you, just use my secret technique. The main reason I like the Warlords, there's actually two big reasons why I like the Warlords flight method. Number one, it feels like I've earned it. It's not just dumping gold. It's just, you have to go, do a couple things. And it's not too bad. I have no idea as the one. This is how I prefer to play the game, basically, right? Like, back like this. There we go. The second reason is it unlocks for other characters. It unlocks for other alts. So rather than having to go ahead and dump, 4,000 gold each character like I did every other expansion, and I did it because flying was important to me. It's already unlocked. When we go through Warlords on these characters, well, the Blood Elf and the Worgen, we will have flying, and we will use flying because we earned it, So I do like that method, but I will freely admit that's kind of a personal preference thing. Anyways, the Moonstones are required to assure that the girl is healed. You have all the Moonstones that are needed, and yet it is said that a sacrifice of life is the only way to assure the saving of the other. Don't worry, I will ensure that no matter what, the Moonstones can cure Relara. With his razor-sharp claws, Avarice digs into his chest and removes his still-beating heart, placing it with the Moonstones. Wow! Miraculously, he does not die. Instead, he is bathed in a warm light. Avarice the Redeemed is returned.
Ishno del Diablo.
Thank you for saving me from a fate worse than death, Leaf Song. For saving the child and myself. Well, the child is almost saved. All you have to do is take the Moonstones back down the road to Astronar. Hand them to Pelturas, and he will know what to do. Go in peace. Elune be praised.
Goodbye.
Wow, that's hardcore right there. He did get better. Holy crap. Yeah, we didn't corrupt the Forest Heart of Ashenvale. This was the beginning of a new type of questing that sadly they never really did after Kata. There's literally one other instance of this type of questing, and it's in the Jade Forest. And that's it. That's the only other time. But what I mean by this is virtually every other questing format is either it's a neutral zone, so it doesn't matter who goes through it, or the Horde-Alliance content, you get to pick which one happens because it's basically the same overall events that are happening. But here in Ashenvale, both the Horde and the Alliance events happen. In Stone Talon Peaks, both the Horde and the Alliance events happen. In Southern Barrens, both the Horde and the Alliance events happen. In Western Plaguelands, you get the idea. And I liked that style of quest telling, and I kind of wish they would do it more. I get why they don't do it too much more. It is much more work to make that happen. But I loved it. When I first was going through these quests, I was like, oh my god, I remember doing that on my other character. And the fact that it actually affected the other quest lines was phenomenal. Now, it does assume you did it on the other character. So, for example, if you just go through on the Alliance, you hear about how the Horde have corrupted the Forest Heart, and you're like, ah, those Horde bastards. You don't realize that you actually did that as a Horde character. I know a few people who have only done, to use an example, South Barrens on one side or the other. In fact, I plan to talk about that extensively when we get there, because some people have had some rather heated discussions and arguments about South Barrens, because they'd only played one side or the other, and they didn't know the full story. I realized I just lied. There's one other instance of them doing the back-and-forth storytelling. In Pandaria, there's the best collection of dailies in the universe. I'm serious. When it comes to the Dominance Offensive, and I can't remember what the name of the Alliance one is. It's the stuff that happens here in the southern Cresserang Wilds, between the Horde encampment and the Alliance encampment. And as you gain rep in those, you get normal quests, regular quests, which advance a story as you're going through Pandaria, and as you're going through that particular chunk of content. And if you don't do both the Alliance and the Horde side, you are literally only getting half of the actual story. You have to do both to really see the full picture and really figure out what's been going on. That's another example of some people would only do half the story, and would just fly off the handle about it because, oh my god, you know, this and that and blah, blah, blah. Because they didn't know everything that was going on. Shield Wall, thank you. Operation Shield Wall. So, I kind of get why they don't do that anymore, again, because of the work, and because it kind of requires you to go back and do the content on another character. But I really, personally, would love it if they did more of that, because it's stellar quality, every single one of the things I listed. All the zones I listed, and Jade Forest, and the Operation Shield Wall Dominance Point thing, all of that was just grade A awesome for me. Loved it.
I'm listening.
Leaf Song, is that you? Have you returned with the cure for Relara? Oh, Leaf Song, if you've saved my daughter, I know the power of the Moonstones will give her strength. Give her strength back. I can never repay you fully for what you've given me, but please, take this.
Go in peace.
Here you are, Relara. Drink this. My eyes are not so heavy now. Father, can we go out and play? Relara, you're awake. Rest now, my daughter. Relara is saved, Leaf Song. Thank you. You're welcome, and I'm really sorry about bombing the crap out of this place earlier. And Raskor is already making the argument I already made. It's a valid point. I just can't agree with it personally because, oh my god, it's so amazingly awesome. But anyways. Maybe if they made leveling even easier. No, I'm kidding. Leveling at this point is already very, very, very quick. Stalvin is still in the game, sort of, not the same way it was in vanilla. And yes, I will still be doing it, Ricky. And I completely missed your earlier question, I'm sorry. The zones we'll be doing today, of course, is Ashenvale. We will be starting Stone Talon. The odds we'll finish Stone Talon Peak are non-existent. Now, there's a couple of Draenei here, Gnarlex. One or two. Oh god. That's horrible, Venetri. I honestly wouldn't mind a super fast leveling form in the game. I know what you're thinking, it's already very, very fast. And yes, it is. But at the same time, I like options. I like things being an option. So, like, maybe, like Permeus just mentioned in chat, maybe an option where each alt you have gives you the option, toggleable, of being able to boost the amount of experience you gain. So, you know, if you want to level a character to see the other side of the story, you know, Horde-Alliance, you can just turn that toggle on and blaze through the leveling zones and get to the level necessary very, very quickly. What do you need for that? Hang on just a second. Okay, so what are you missing for this? Because securing Draenor is duh. I mean, let's just do each of the zones. Exploring is easy. Lore Master is duh. Master Treasure Hunter is duh. So I'm guessing Tanan Diplomat is the one you were missing? That's probably the one I didn't like most amongst that particular bundle of things. That's also the one that took me the longest to do. Yeah, but honestly, Rusty Steiner, and I know this is going to be a completely unpopular opinion, but I genuinely think they should offer an option to make it even faster. I genuinely think they should do that. Make it so that you can just absolutely, you know what, I want a max level character of blah blah blah. Zero. That's the one, Gnarlex. Oh god, oh, you got me. Oh, I'm totally dead. Oh, man. Yeah, something that doesn't involve dropping $60 on the game. Which is, again, why I like the idea of the alt thing. You know, rewards you for having already done the leveling, you know? I gotta be honest, I actually kind of think Treasure Hunter is a little bit bad, because the only way it was manageable for me was because I had an add-on. When I have to actually use an add-on to, I shouldn't say have to, but you know, the only reason Treasure Hunter was tolerable because I had an add-on that enables you to just like, hang on, it's not on this character obviously, but you know, you can just look and it's like, here's all the treasures in the zone, and there's a little note you can mouse over and be like, hey, here's this thing, here's what you can do for this, and here's how you can do that, and so forth and so on.
Hi.
Did you find the final piece of the rod? How'd my technique work? You got it? Wonderful for you. And for Renee. I guess we'll have to see about reassembling it, won't we? I suggest you find Renee and let her know the rod's finished. I'm sure she'll know what next course of action. This rod's design is simple. Darto didn't use his arcane knowledge in his creation. It's more druidic in nature. I just made a pun, didn't I? Druidic in nature. I'm so funny. The rod. Let's put it back together, shall we? Yeah, it's not so bad. Would you say you and Renee were going to do with this thing? It's very powerful. Let's do it. Apparently they have a treasure map thing. I don't even know that was a thing. Oh, if you complete all the quests. Well, I mean, I completed the quests, but I have no idea where that's a thing at. I'll take your word on it. And of course, Zawan is making fun of me for wanting convenience features. There. You're gonna hear something in a second. I apologize. There we go. You didn't hear it, thank God. Okay, what is the name of this game? What is the name of this game? There's a game I want to tell you about, Zawan, and knowing you, you've probably already talked about it, but this just sounds like a game that would be a you thing. And I don't mean that as an insult. I just... trying to figure out what it's called. There it is. Haven and Hearth. You ever heard of that game, Zawan? Because it does sound like a game that might be up your alley, relatively speaking. No, not Dwarf Fortress. We all know about Dwarf Fortress. Alright.
Hello.
Yes, Leaf Song? How go your efforts? You've recreated the rod Tyrannus had sent you out to find? That's wonderful to hear. You actually helped him build the thing back in vanilla. Sheldrin's been indispensable in her assistance. Tyrannus will be proud to see his quest continue, even after his tragic passing. It's time for us to make use of its power and eliminate the enemies of Ashenvale. I'm not completely certain what Tyrannus had in mind next, but if what he said was true about the rod's power, it will enable you to take on another form altogether, presumably that of a furbog. Perhaps he meant to use its power to get closer to them, but even the uncorrupted creatures would slaughter him were he not careful. I would start with one known as Kroig, Seek his hut out southeast.
Good luck, friend.
Yeah.
Del Nadris.
Also, there are other quests here for you. Perhaps you should go gather them.
What brings you here?
Leaf Song, if you would have a moment to spare. I would enlist your aid in a simple matter. I have not heard from my friends, the Aduns, in some time. I was wondering if you could swing west and check on them. Oh, sure.
Good luck, friend.
I am honored.
We've lost Silverwind Refuge. All that I know is there was a surprise attack, and they somehow turned Mistral Lake's guardians against us. The survivors have fallen back to Stardust Spire. They need your help. Quick, go!
Farewell.
We must defeat the Horde. For the Horde-Alliance. Hey, it's my favorite mount. Power. Ahem. I am not an evil orc warlord, okay? My main is a Forsaken. Thank you very much. Wait, is that any better? Oh well. Power! Any of you out there watch Top Gear? The old Top Gear, the good Top Gear. Not the new one that isn't actually Top Gear. I am, of course, referring to Clarkson's particular habit of making devices that run on power. My friend and I have actually thought about rewatching Top Gear recently, just because we love that show so much. In fact, in a lot of ways, Top Gear is one of the big influences that inspired me to start doing this show. That's not a joke, by the way. We actually were talking about how amazing it would be to have a show where we talk about something that we knew really, really well, and we were really, really competent at. And there's really only one thing I felt like I would be competent at, and that's just geek culture in general, video games in particular. And it just kind of evolved from there. I honestly never thought I'd actually make that happen, though, I'll be blunt. Nice little place over here. You say Faldera sent you. Good man. As it happens, we could use your help. Care to make a quick trip to the south? I have 3 friends I haven't heard from in a while. With these strange tentacles popping out of the ground to the north and all of the demonic activity, I don't dare leave my family. Villian set up his camp in the southwest corner of the forest. Okay, let's do it. No, in all seriousness, you know why I love Top Gear so damn much? Because it's 3 guys who are just genuinely enthusiastic about their thing. I mean, yes, the editing team is one of the best editing teams in the world. Seriously, it is. That's not a joke. And they have a ton of money to fling at their adventures, and they love to do lots and lots of different things with their show. But really, what really sold me on Top Gear and what really made me say, you know, that's the job I want in my life, that's the career I wanted to push forward, is just that enthusiasm, you know, because it's just 3 guys who are friends who love cars. Really, that's what the whole show boils down to. When you crucible all the rest away, that's what's left. It's 3 guys who are friends who love cars. Or love vehicles in general, but you get my point, you know? They love motorsport. And it's like, yeah, and I love that! And it's infectious! And so, yeah, that was a huge thing for me. It's like, oh, I want to do that. I want to just, yeah! Life! Positivity! Damn it! We need more of that in the world, you know? Why are you guys bound by chains?
I am honored.
Druid, you must be wary! Kaliva, the foul demoness who chained us, is nearby!
Good luck, friend.
You must be cautious. She's still about. Only her heart can free us from these chains. But it's all been a trap for
May
you!
the stars guide you.
You've fallen into my trap, Leaf Song. Shivara are evil, and now they're dead. Oh wow, she's surviving for longer than a few seconds. No, I don't, Snatchy. Not at all. I do not believe even for a second that it was intentional. Yeah, I know. Funnily enough, I have Amazon Prime for the shipping. It's a business expense, so it's very useful for me. But, so I get to watch the new Top Gear just as a bonus, and that's kind of nice. Do I think Blizzard would ever do anything, something like an in-lore race faction change? I gotta be honest, I can't believe they haven't. I actually talked about this the other day. That's been a thing since before WoW came out. That's an old concept. Lots of other old MMOs and even more modern MMOs have that concept of faction switching. And I'm not talking about dumping money on it. I mean being able to do a quest chain to switch factions, you know? And play as a Night Elf who is part of the Horde, for example. I am a little astonished WoW has not already implemented that. It is not the hardest thing in the world to implement. All that matters is you come up with a story for it. If I was dreaming, you know, in completely, you know, Nana land, totally not ever happening, what I would want is a different one for each race. By which I mean, there is a Night Elf quest for a Night Elf to join the Horde. There is a Gnome quest for a Gnome to join the Horde. There is a Orc quest for an Orc to join the Alliance. And when I say quest, I mean quest chain, you know, so a different story stuff for that to go, for a different path for them to actually shift over. And yes, for those of you not aware, several people in chat are pointing this out, EverQuest 2 had a rather lengthy quest chain you could do at level 20. It was actually kind of difficult to do, actually, but it was a quest chain you could do to switch sides. So you could play a troll who was, I don't remember the name of the factions, actually, but who was on the non-troll side, you know? That was a thing you could do. And yeah, as Permeus points out, you're already basically becoming the mercenary thing in Legion. For those of you not aware, this is not a spoiler because this is all over the adverts. In Legion, when you get to the quest halls, the class halls for each class, those don't care about faction. Those don't care about race. There are members of all of the paladins or all of the priests or whatever from all the world there. Not just the Horde paladins, not just the Alliance paladins. It's just paladins are there. You follow? So they're already like 1 foot in the door there with that kind of mentality. Who knows? Maybe this will turn into the third faction idea too. Anyways.
What brings you here?
If we are to be free, we must have her heart. Disgusting, I know. But if we are to be free, it's not enough she's dead. We must eat of her heart. Oh, that's so gross.
Till next we meet.
Oh, ew, ew, ew. We are not Klingons here.
Greetings.
An end must be put to the burning legion's evil. You have defeated one of their most powerful, but there are still multitudes of demons infesting the woods. As a friend of the forest, will you slay these foul creatures?
And
yes!
light your path.
Ba, ba, ba. They have like 6 presenters, I want to say, Sonashi, in the fake Top Gear. Or 7, I forget. They have quite a few who are there to replace them. And I've seen some of their stuff, and I've been reading what they've been up, and it's absolutely terrible from what I've seen. The mere fact that the one gentleman actually has car sickness is just laughable, though. I am so amused that they got a guy on a car show who has motion sickness problems. I can't believe they did that. I mean, I can because it's the BBC, and well, enough said, really. But anyways, meanwhile, some of my viewers on YouTube are like, why are they still talking about Top Gear? Oh, you're talking about the other Merc system. So Permeus corrected me because I'm an idiot. I was talking about the step in the door of the third faction thing. So they got this new system where basically if you queue up for a battleground, you can queue up basically as a Merc. So it doesn't matter which side you are. Now this is actually really, really important. Because for those of you who don't understand the significance of this, one of the big arguments that has always been said as to why they don't want to allow, for example, an Orc player to just start as an Alliance character, ignoring all lore considerations, was because they wanted it so you can immediately visually identify the sides. That is officially going away in Legions. You will be able to be an Orc player fighting alongside a human player on the same side in a battleground or whatever, right? That's a thing. That's already happening. So that excuse is gone. That's not happening anymore. So we officially have no excuse whatsoever to not allow an Orc to make make an Orc Alliance player, or to make to have the faction switching thing. Yeah. Well, I also admittedly, Mind Blast, I'm a huge fan of Eddie Izzard. So if I could skip through 10 levels to get to 100, where would I get? People will complain no matter what, Salty. Let them. At this point in time, that's pretty much my answer. Let them. Let them complain. It appears to be the only joy they can derive in life, and I don't want to deprive them of the only thing they can do to actually add some glimmer of happiness and joy to their sad and miserable lives. So, let them complain. Ahem. Moving on. So, if I could skip through 10 levels while leveling to 100, is my motivation just to make a 100? Is that what you're talking about? Like, if literally my only goal is to get a 100 character, because that's a different question than if I'm leveling to enjoy the game, right? I mean, you know. So I'm just trying to blitz to 100. Wow, that's a lot of demons. Holy crap. Fine little job, my Night Elf friend. But as you can see, I'm a little busy here. I desperately need your help. Please help me. Alright, let's do it. Kill all the demons. Holy crap, there's lots of demons here. Holy crap. 60 to 70. I would skip. I would hit 60 and then immediately hit 70. That's the stuff I would skip. I should be doing this over here. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer if I'm being completely honest. Whoops, wrong button. Just say, I've played through Outland pretty recently. I have a pretty recent perspective on that. You've saved us all! I have the power to finish off these final few. Yeah, if you say so, buddy. Oh! Oh, we got him. Yay! Good job. Alright. Yay! We did it. The Burning Legion is defeated forever. Never again will they threaten our people, our homes, our lands, our children, our women, our men, our in-betweens, our cats, I don't know, whatever else that the Legion threatens. I guess everything, our everythings. Never again will we suffer the might of the Legion. Whoop, whoop. We will, however, have a chocobo. A white chocobo. I sometimes wonder if these things look like chocobos on purpose. I don't actually have an answer for that. I didn't actually mean to dismount there. That was me hitting the button by accident. Oh, stretch. I'm actually a little curious why they haven't offered that. So one thing that's been tossed around as an idea before. Oh, no, Toasters. The Legion's totally gone forever. One of the ideas that's been tossed around a bit is, so for those of you not around, you can go to the shop right now and you could say, hey, I want to be a level 100. Bam, $60. And that's kind of expensive. In fact, it's actually stupid expensive. So, why even bother? Well, the accepted answer here
Good fortune.
is, why not have an in-between option? Why not do the math and look at the situation and be like, okay, so $60 is worth level 100. So how much is level 90 worth? And how much is level 80 worth? And how much is level 85 worth? And so forth and so on. And bite-size up the level boosts like that, and math out exactly how expensive it should be based on the level 100 $60 charge to do that, and then offer that as an option. I've actually heard several people argue in favor of this, actually. I know several people who would like to just be 70. And in fact, that's the most common number I hear. I just want to start at 70 and push my way back up to 100 or whatever. That is true, Psychotic. Also, the overall reasoning other than we are here to make money that was given for why it's $60 for a level boost is because of the fact that you get a free level boost if you buy the expansion. So, you know, they wanted to make sure that you're paying the same basic price for a level boost. As Hylisk points out, Blizzard has a little hard time figuring out prices and a few things. This is a really fast Elec. Wow. Glad I took this thing. So Ricky asks about legacy guilds. For those of you not aware, this is actually kind of a cool concept and something that if I had time, I would have actually done at several points in history. The idea is, for a long time now, the ability in-game has existed to turn off experience gain. Just bam! So you hit to a certain level, and then you're done. So what you do is you hit level 60, turn off experience gain, and then go raid Molten Core. No heirlooms or anything like that. So the actual, excuse me, the actual, you're basically progressing just like you would in vanilla. Now, it's not quite the same because so much of the classes have changed since then, but it's the same general concept. You would still value gear from Molten Core because it would be an upgrade, which you would then use to raid Blackwing Lair, and you would then use to raid Temple of Ahn'Qiraj, etc., etc. That's what's usually referred to, at least in my experience, as a legacy guild. The one that actually I was very tempted by was there was a group who were capping themselves at 70 and going to do Outland raids, which I actually have a lot of fond memories of Outland raids. And again, time was a huge thing there, and the main reason I never actually got around to doing that. But I love the idea. To my knowledge, there are at least some groups still doing that. I don't know if there's any guilds that do that. Most of the groups I know doing that are cross-server raid groups that exist, you know, that coordinate that way. So, at least in my experience. And Erica, yes, what I mean by math is level 1 to 10 is not worth the same as level 80 to 85. Hence, mathing out the value of any given level and figuring that out. Anyways.
Each day is a blessing.
It is good to see a new arrival here at Forest Song. Vindicator Palinar is sending as much help as she can muster, and each set of hands is appreciated. Take a look around, Druid. It may not be much now, but in time, with help from our new Night Elven allies, we will build a settlement worthy of calling home.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
I have no idea why anyone would want to do MC again. I hate MC. Welcome to Forest Song, Druid, where you see tents. One day you will see buildings, but such ambition requires a steady stream of materials. I cannot bring myself to order our workers to fell any of the ancient trees of this grove. But our neighbors to the west have no such reverence for the forest. So,
may your days be long.
This is just wonderfully hypocritical. The Night Elves are like, no, we must not cut down the trees. And the Draenei are like, okay, we won't cut down the trees. We'll steal the lumber from people who are cutting down the trees.
Ah, the
I don't
great
know.
outdoors.
Listen, I don't know who you are, but I need your help. My sisters went to take back the branch of Cenarius from the Satyr. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been 2 whole days. You have to go find them. They were looking for the ruins of a Night Elf temple in Xavian to the northwest. Alright, I will go look for your missing people.
Ishnuala.
The area to the west, now called Sedernar, was once a prominent shrine built by my people. It housed a priceless relic, the Chalice of Elune, entrusted to the shrine's keepers by the priests of Elune. Pilgrims once traveled to the shrine to experience the healing powers the chalice was rumored to behold. These stories might be nothing but old wives' tales, but there's anything truth to them. The relic must be the key to rejuvenating the wounded forest.
Farewell.
I wonder why the forest is wounded. It couldn't possibly be because of the demon and fellfire we were using, or the corruption of the forest heart we did as a warlock, or at the behest of a warlock, I should say. It's probably nothing. It's probably nothing. We're fine, guys. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, if I had flying, I could just go right over this hill to my destination. Anyways, so yeah, there is some serious rules lawyering going on here. In fact, I am a little surprised they're being as blatant about it as they are. But, you know, I get it. Pragmatism. The Draenei know a thing or two about pragmatism at this point in time. Oops, don't have that ability yet. So, hi Lulu, if I didn't say it already. And yes, no plugin. I'm going to check the post really quick, see if I've had a response. Nope, no reply. Yay. Oh my god, Day of the Tentacle is 10% off, guys! Just thought you should know that. It's important for some reason. Hang on a second. Do we not get Mangle anymore? I think we do we? Oh, no, it's right there. I was gonna say, I should have Mangle, like, right frickin' here. Or, hang on. Mangle is now... That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Okay, so, I'm wrong. So that should actually be up there. Actually, no, this should be there. That should be there. There we go. We're good, we're good. So say something's wrong with my setup, and I keep trying to hit G, and there's nothing there for G. And I was like, well, maybe Mangle should be G, but Mangle isn't feral anymore. Anyone remember when you first hit BC and you got Mangle, and the first thing you did was just started using Mangle? Like, forever. No other abilities, you just mangled your way to victory. There was no need for any other skill usage on a feral while leveling up to 70. Oh my god, total surprise. Alright. I never talked about the Bloodstone thing. I don't really have much else to say about it, except I just feel like I never really got across the impression of exactly what this is. So this is Bloodstone. I want you to picture, like, you have a big vat of cement, okay? Like a big old vat of cement. And you kill, like, a few dozen people, because you're a satyr and you're evil. And you pour all their blood into the vat of cement, and you mix it all in. And then you use that red cement in order to make stuff. That's basically what this stuff is. That's the equivalent of what this Bloodstone is. I mean, obviously it's not cement, but you get the general concept. And that's satyr architecture pretty much in a nutshell. They have infused the stone with blood. And it usually isn't their blood. So Ricky asks, do I think they should re-add hyper-specialization to raids, or do I think they should continue down the homogenization route? So, we'll talk about that in just a second. Judging by the gaping wound in her side, Antilla is on the verge of death. She puts her hands on your shoulders and draws you to a close. Gasping, she points towards an arch to the north. Before her eyes close, her last wheezing breath leaves her body. Ignan Gatharas, You know in your heart that her dying wish is to see the branch of Cenarius back in Dryad's hands. And that's where they get their blood from, by the way. In case anyone was wondering. So I suppose we could talk about the hyper-specialization problem again. Here's the thing. Back in the olden days, there were bosses that you needed a priest for. There are bosses that you needed a, you're terrible, Hylos. That you needed a shaman for. There are bosses that you needed a warrior tank for, etc., etc. Congrats, Eric. That's basically the hyper-specialization idea. In other words, literally making raid design and varying the classes so much that one class, that each class does a completely different thing. The benefits of this system are each class feels very different, and they can actually bring very different things to the game. So it feels different for leveling an alt, for example, and it encourages diversity in an actual raid team. The detriments of this system are, if you don't have class A or B, you're screwed, and in some cases, because you have to bring class A or B, you're not bringing your main team if you follow, or you're bringing an alt, basically, because you need that class. In other words, it is the opposite of the alternative idea, which is bring the player, not the class. Now, that's been a rallying cry for Blizzard devs for a long time, actually. Bring the player, not the class. The problem is the only functional way, gameplay-wise, to bring the player and not the class is homogenization, which is the total opposite of that. AKA, all tanks can tank pretty much the same type of fights. All healers can pretty much heal the same type of fights. And general boss design is centered around just a healer, a DPS, a tank. With only a couple of exceptions where some fights are a lot easier for ranged DPS than they are for melee DPS, which really is not what I'm talking about at all. And of course, the benefits of homogenization are obvious. You can bring whoever. You have 10 players in your group, and you have 2 tanks and 3 or 4 healers, and then I guess 6 or 5 DPS or 4 DPS. Shoot, I did my numbers wrong. But the point being, you can bring people as long as they could fit the role. You don't have to say, well, I'd love to have you come with me, Permeus, but you can't, because you're not a Shadow Priest, and we need a Shadow Priest for such and such boss. So you get to sit out on this boss. In fact, you never get to do this boss, because you're not a part of it. And of course, the detriments are the exact opposite. These two ideas are in complete inverse to each other. Yeah, there's either hyper-specialization or there's homogenization, and the two are so incongruent with each other that there's not really much of an in-between you can pull off. WoW has tried to pull off an in-between for some time, and they've never really succeeded at it. So that's true. Let me go ahead and say flex raids is a great idea. I wish there were flex raids back in BC, because I used to tell 4 people they couldn't raid that night because it was a 10-man, and I used to hate doing that. Anyways, so which of these is better is only going to come down to a matter of opinion. They are ultimately not better or worse. They're just differing perspectives, differing styles of play. But unfortunately, because the nature of the game, they have to pick one. And WoW has basically picked the homogenization method, aka bring the player, not the class, for the last several expansions. Some people don't like that, and some people do. That's how that's going to work. If they did the opposite, if they kept doing the BC thing and the vanilla thing, some people would like it, and some people would not. I don't think either one is better, personally. Now, if you choose my opinion, which one I prefer bring the player, not the class. As much as it was nice being a warrior tank and being specialized as a warrior tank, I remember all the hassles and drama and irritation and bullcrap about certain people not being able to raid, or certain people always having to raid this or that, or always needing to be this one class for a thing, because this boss needed this one thing. And I remember that as being a huge pain that really I didn't enjoy. So from my personal perspective, this is not what I want them to do, but that is what I preferred. Sure, Pyro, hit me.
Peace be with you.
Can you feel it, Leaf Song? The touch of corruption upon the wind. If we do nothing, it will continue to advance. That is why I seek the Chalice of Elune. Excellent work. There is certainly a latent power here, one not even the constant exposure to corruption the Satyr can dim. you see how it still shines after all these years? And then suddenly it turns into a satyr. Oh my god. Wouldn't that be a hell of a twist? Also, there's one other reason personally why I didn't like hyperspecialization. I had to, at no less than 2 points in my raiding career, go level and gear up an alt because that was the role that was needed. That they needed that class. And I was this class. So if I wanted to keep raiding, I had to go level a brand new character. In vanilla. And in BC, but I mean still, even while leveling in BC, you still have to go through vanilla. So I had to go deal with that mess in order to be able to continue being a part of the raid group. It was that or get kicked out, basically. So, yay.
Is there trouble?
Hello, Plasma Skull. Have you found them? What did Anila say? Where is she? She died? No, that can't be. It was just yesterday. We were running and playing in the woods, and I guess those days are over.
Hi!
I can't believe Anila's gone. We used to play in the forest. I almost feel sad. I know something that might make me feel better. Please, slay the satyrs that took her from me. Bring me them horns as proof of your actions, and you'll forever have my gratitude. There he is.
May the light embrace you.
I could not help but overhear Eliana's loss. I understand her need for revenge. Because we're the Draenei, and we're very big on revenge. I'm wondering if you could do, while you are exacting it, you could do us a service. No doubt you have already seen the satyr of Satanar and Xavian conducting vile rituals. I believe they are preparing the rituals to corrupt any of the night elves they capture, turning them into new satyrs. So, satyrs can technically make new satyrs, it's just not what you'd call a common thing. We Draenei have problems with fell magic exposure. Would you disturb their ritual gems while you are there?
Blessings upon your family.
Yeah, as a shadow priest, your raid spot was almost always guaranteed. Same with Boomkin. It was just, yep, no matter what. Same with Shaman on the Horde, by the way. What's that? You're a Shaman? Yep, guaranteed raid spot. Or I guess that was also true in BC, but same point. I know what you're thinking. How was a Shaman guaranteed a raid spot? Bloodlust. Bloodlust was by itself considered a guaranteed raid slot. I'm not even kidding by that. Okay, so... So Pyro points out something that is actually very, very true. Because of the flex introduction, most of the problems of the hyperspecialization situation have been removed. No longer do you have to actually have people sit out because, you know, I mean, we still have some of the problems of the situation, but now you can actually just bring another person to fill the role, you know, because of the fact that you have flex. You don't need 10 people. You can bring 13. You can bring 18. It's fine. You can do whatever. Whoops, that's the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, Bloodlust was absolutely mandatory for so many things. In fact, I saw a joke about the ones. Let me see if I still have that. Give me just a second. Just a second, guys. I do have it. Give me a moment to find it. Is this it? This is it. This is it. Give me a moment. You gotta see this, guys. It's okay. This will not be hard to do. I can literally just pull this up on the stream. This is from the Daily Blink. Some of you may recognize this. Shaman World. A grounding totem answers your found mail. Bad DPS? No skill? No gear? No problem. How to use the power of bloodlust to get that coveted raid spot every single time. Also, 18 arbitrary reasons to hate druids. And their stupid faces. Oh hey, 19. Betrayal. The Frost Shock Switch video guy? He rolled a Death Knight. The damning evidence! Ahem. So Hylisk has an interesting thing to say here. I'm just going to go ahead and read this word for word. This is from Hylisk. My personal argument for how WoW dev teams should aim is to aim the audience. We know most age groups in WoW are early 20s to 30s, aka working people. They need to make a design that respects people's time. If the system is to force people to raise an alt to fit the need of the guild, then it won't work out because guess what? When you force people to choose real life or WoW, they tend to choose real life. And that is actually true. In fact, it's one of the reasons that I have been blasted many times for being a casual. Because I have a life. Because I have stuff to do that doesn't involve this game. Because I like being able to play with my friends, and I like being able to do the content, and I really don't like having to devote the kind of time necessary to do it because I don't have that time anymore. You know? I haven't had that time in years. It's the argument I've made myself many, many times in the past. But of course, I'm so sorry, Greymane. How many treasures do you still need? And yes, so, once upon a time you had to judge wisdom on the bosses for mana regen. Similarly, once upon a time, you had to be very, very careful about what abilities you used. Because, bosses had limited debuff tables. Like, they only could have 6 or so debuffs up at a given point in time. So, yeah. Make fun if you want, Lurker. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for the job, and you know it. Well, none of the ones in Tanan count. I'm pretty sure about that. But it's been a while since I've done that achievement, so I'm not actually sure. Yeah, no poison for the rogues, no sunder. Although in some guilds would actually insist on sunder. You had to not have the talent that gave you rend as a warrior. I remember that. No rend. We had there was like a few very, very specific debuffs that most raiders were like, okay, these are the guys who can use their abilities, and that's it. And warlocks were like, okay, fine. Ah, yeah, Crusader aura. Remember the days of auras as a paladin? Those are supposedly coming back, by the way.
Good fortune.
We are in your debt, Druid. Unable to complete their nefarious rituals, the Satyr are now fighting a losing battle.
Be kind to those
D.
less fortunate.
Level 30. We are now level 30. We have unlocked dual specialization. Primal Fury. I don't even know what that is. Ah, right, that one. Razorfin Crawl and Moradin.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Please help me avenge Anila's death. Thank you, Night Elf. My sister's spirit is gladdened by your efforts. I do, Pyro. It's kind of a weird situation where the badly designed bosses tended to be fun just for silly reasons. Or really, really frustrating, depending. God, Frost Aura. Frost Aura, Shadow Aura. Retribution Aura. And of course, when both totems and auras were only for the 5 group, not for the entire raid. God. I do Erike, because I was one of them. Yeah, remember when group layout in a 40-man was something that took several minutes to do? And usually involved a piece of paper on the side, like, okay, so we got a shaman here. But we need a shadow priest with these 3 classes, so they have to be together. It was like a logic puzzle, setting up the group. It's like, okay, we got this here, and we got this here. The forest cries out with seeds of change, but it also cries out in pain. Our new friends, the Draenei, are here to help us, like you. We must put an end to the destruction, my brother and sister trees, before all of Ashenvale is lost. Architect Nemo said you might be bringing wood salvaged from Saturnar. The wood warped by foul, demonic energies is of course no use to the Draenei. Nothing sound can be built with it, but I shall purify it and return it in good time. What the satyrs have done to the trees is horrible. Nothing compares to the mass slaughter the orcs have been engaging in. Night Elf, I would have you go across the road and kill all the orcs. All of them. Little one, to the southwest is an area of Nightsong Woods that in recent times come to be called the Fellfire Hill. It is very sad to see the demons crawling over it, spreading their corruption. Would you do something to help take back the land? I have a number of seeds I've been saving for just such a purpose. Let's do it!
How may I help?
The Warsong Lumber Camp is a blight upon an embattled landscape. Every time we make progress in halting their operations, the Overseer orders his loggers to redouble their efforts. Now the orcs are cutting more wood than they can actually use, leaving it to rot while their blades bite into fresh trees. This is an affront to all we stand for, and we definitely didn't push them into this situation.
Goddess watch over you.
Kronakai Christor.
I will not tolerate... Okay, so that's the demon quest that we've actually done. We're not going to do this. Let's do this. For the Alliance. Yeah, for the Alliance. I had to think about that for a second. We're Alliance, right? Death to the Horde. You know, you ever wonder exactly how many dead are the PC are personally responsible for in lore? It's got to be a lot. Yes, I do, Zoran. Yes, die, little hordelings. You will die for your attacks upon the trees. I believe it's a toy nowadays, which I should already have, theoretically. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, you used to be able to just hold on to this wand, which I haven't even done that quest yet. Well, I'll do it, I swear. And then as you hold on to it forever, you could constantly turn yourself into a furbog. I used to do that a lot myself. Hey, Ellie. If I remember to say that correctly this time. So there's this YouTube series that I watch occasionally, whose name I can't think of. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can remember it. Or just look at my history. Except it's going to be like weeks and weeks ago. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. Nope, can't find it. Okay, Dorkly. Dorkly's the name of the series. So there was a Dorkly series that had, this is, believe it or not, this is related to Warcraft, just not the way you'd think, where Batman beat up this random guy, you know, just some thug of some random villain of the week. And the guy's like, "Oh man, you really got me. You broke my legs. Oh, this is terrible. I'm never gonna be able to afford the surgery now." Huh? Yeah, my son really needs surgery. He's been having trouble, and because of the bad job market and how bad things are in Gotham right now, the crime is rampant. The only choice to be able to take care of my family was to go ahead and join one of the gangs and get money that way, because no one could actually hire me for an honest job. Oh, that's terrible. And, you know, there's a few other jokes involved. But the point is, as I've talked before, the problem, the bandit problem, I've talked about this extensively, which also extends to Warcraft in many, many different ways, is not a fun problem to really be dealing with. And I always wonder how many of these individuals I'm bringing down that have families or were forced into the situation or accepted this as like something they didn't want to do, but they had to do. And every time I think about that, I remember that quest in Dragonblight. There's actually one for Alliance and one for Horde separately. And it's the quest where you find out that Malygos' forces had basically coerced, had coerced a gentleman, a troll for the Horde and a human for the Alliance, I believe, into joining his forces at penalty of killing and torturing their family. And they're like, "No problem, I'll be fighting Malygos' forces from the inside." And you kill them as part of the quest. Does anyone else ever have thoughts like that as you're going through and wiping out these poor, defenseless, innocent... No, I'm kidding. But seriously, does anyone else ever think about things like that? As you're going through and wiping out lots and lots of people? No? Okay, it's just me. Sigley asks, do I think it's better for a new player to start in BC? I would say no. Not really. Since, I mean, there is, of course, the problem of the fact that unless you actually know what you're doing, you can't really play this game chronologically. That's one of the reasons we've done such a weird playthrough style as we've been going through it here. I don't really think there's a great answer to that, other than possibly like some kind of additional narrator sections or something summarizing the story, because otherwise I got nothing. I do like, by the way, how the Horde and Alliance... So this is an interesting insight into the two mindsets. Both the Horde and the Alliance are pretty anti-demons, really. So the Horde actually have quests to deal with the demons of this area, Felfire Hill, and so do the Alliance. The Horde quests are to come here and kill the crap out of them, because they're the Horde. The Alliance quests are to come here and plant seeds in the mounds, hoping that someday the trees will be able to regrow, because they're the Alliance. And, yeah. I'm not saying either side is correct. It's actually funny to me because between the two efforts, we actually do have a successful operation here. The demons are removed from the situation, so no more further corruption is happening, and the Alliance are helping to reclaim the terrain after it has been saved by the Horde. So both the Horde and the Alliance combined effectively save this area. Yay! And the funniest part is neither of them know that they're working together. Oh, those poor deers in Darkshore, I remember that. I'd make an Undertale reference here, but I don't want to, because spoilers. Which is funny, because one of the biggest complaints I tend to hear, though, in amongst role players in Warcraft is you can't play an evil character. The only kinds of evil characters you can play are the kind of characters who are like hiding how evil they actually are. But there's not really a lot of quests where you're just flat out a bastard. Also, I think it's weird that here in real life, there's people who want to be more evil. That's just something odd. But anyways, I'm not going to talk about that. Because in general, the player characters are good guys. We are trying to help and save the world. Even if we're doing so in an interesting manner. Have you the remains? I have lived a very long time in peace with the forest. But what these orc things are doing makes me want to feed them back to the ground. Hatred. Through the ground, I can feel more demons being brought into our world. Soon there will be too many, and we will be overrun without hope of turning them back. Take this piece of me and return to the canyon. Close the portals.
What brings you here?
At last, we have sent a message that the orcs won't dare ignore. Any overseer or foreman who sets foot with the camp shall feel my wrath. We must press our advantage and never rest until Warsong Lumber Camp is a distant memory with a glade of trees standing on its ground. Now, what was that about explosives? I hate to send you back in there, but based on your description of what's going on, we can't let them use those explosives they have stored up. It's too dangerous for you to destroy them by yourself. But if you were to steal one of their shredders, they're tough enough to withstand explosions. Do you know anything about shredders?
Be careful.
No? Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, shredders are totally going to withstand this. We got this. Right, there we go. Da, 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 da. I've seen that song. I have to admit, there is certainly a little bit of a green rage going on here with the Night Elves. I mean, I get it. It's not just that they love the land. They actually have a literal connection to it. But, God, really? So how did Shredders ruin Hearthstone? No, that's pretty much the truth, Kezika. It's the nature of any game that doesn't actually have a branching storyline. And an MMO, it's almost impossible to actually have a branching storyline in an MMO, which is why they don't bother. So yeah, no, you are completely on rails storyline-wise. There's no choice in the matter. It's why those occasional quests where we do something that I actually would do or my character would do in character are just that much more satisfying. It's like, yes, at last. Whoops, I was supposed to return a shredder. I need a new shredder. It's okay, I hear the new TMNT movie will have the best shredder ever. Ahem. Ah, okay.
Hello.
I saw the explosions all the way from over here. Those filthy orcs and their goblin lackeys are going to have a hard time doing anything to despoil the forest now. Kill them
Farewell.
all. Oh, right, you're done. Okay. Yeah, well, again, we once again see the difference in perspective between Horde and Alliance here. So the Alliance plant the seeds. The Horde kill demons. The Alliance try to close the portals. The Horde kill the demon leaders. Once again, both sides kind of fill each other's strategies fairly nicely, so that between the two of us, we managed to quell that threat. I just love that. I love how naturally the Horde and Alliance complement each other without realizing it. I cannot put into words how much that amuses me. Especially since if they knew about it, they'd probably be like, "Ah, no! I hate the other side. Rawr, death to the Horde-Alliance." Whichever one I'm not on. Rawr, rawr. Oh yeah, we showed this off to our YouTube viewers that our streamers didn't see when we were going through this area. Up here we have the monument to Grom Hellscream. So, if you ever want to know just how crazy stupid Garrosh really is, so Garrosh, being the, "oh, I want to prove how awesome I am" kind of guy he is. Excuse me. "I want to prove how awesome I am." He decides that the best possible thing to do is take some of the bones of one of the most powerful demons ever and use them as armor. Because using the bones of someone demonically influenced has never turned out bad for anyone ever. I mean, seriously. In actual fact, you, the player, can wear those bones too. I'm serious. Oh, it won't even let me check. Or maybe it's here? Where's the... yeah, it looks like it won't let me check. Oh, never mind. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. Pandaria raids. Siege of Orgrimmar. Garrosh Hellscream. Loot. All classes. Where are they? Curse of Hubris. Sorry. Or did they get rid of them? Can you not get them anymore? Did they do that? Can you not get them anymore? Let's see. Mythic gear. Oh, there they are. Tusks of Manaroth. Right there. See? Because the first thing I think when I see demonic bones is that I want to wear them too. I mean, that worked out great for Garrosh. Yeah! What? Please do note, I do not think that the demon bones corrupted Garrosh. I think it's just indicative of his general stupidity. I will show how strong I am, because my father killed this demon, and therefore I will wear its bones. So... moron. So, in chat it is asked, what is the strongest demon type? That is heavily debatable. I mean, Eridar technically wins, but that's mostly because of Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, not any other reasons. So, past that, the Nethrezim and the Annihilans are two very, very different types of power. Nethrezim are not actually that personally powerful, but they are incredibly skilled, and they are incredible crafters and tool users. Annihilans are probably the most physically powerful things, probably in the entire setting, actually. But they also tend to be rather powerful mages as well. Manaroth was actually an extremely skilled mage, and in fact, it was a point of note that he was impressed with how skilled of a mage Ashara was, to use one example of that. But yeah, I would probably say, if you were asking like the tiers, I would probably go ahead and put it Eridar, Nethrezim, Annihilan, and everything else is just variable. And of course, individuals can break that mold as well. Yes, the one Joker. He asks if the most of the Eredar we encounter are the artificial demons, and that is correct. Well, Tichondrius also was extremely politically powerful in the Burning Legion. At that exact moment in time, Tichondrius was basically third in charge of the entire Legion. That might have been part of that as well. With the gates closed, and no further reinforcements coming, it is only a matter of time. If only there would be some Horde character killing the demons and getting rid of them now that we've cut off the portals. Alas! Coordinating with them will never happen. Now that the demon gates have been destroyed, the power of the forest must be replenished. The forest heart must be retrieved. Galvin Shadewalker, a powerful druid of the Claw, has gone southwest to find the forest heart. Gee, I sure hope nothing's wrong with the forest heart right now. Yeah, by the way, some people look at me weird when I mention how incredibly high-tech, basically, Netherzeum tech is. All I have to say to that is Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination. Those were both Netherzeum tech. Yeah. They made something so strong, they actually had trouble controlling it themselves. And in the end, it actually basically outdid them. Well, okay, so Permeus asks about demon players. Now, to my knowledge, demon hunters are not actually demons, not even artificial demons. Illidan was an artificial demon, but that's because of the unique circumstances in his creation at the end of Warcraft 3 and during Frozen Throne. He's different, though. He's the exception. Demon hunters have the ability to tap into to temporarily... Basically what demon hunters can do is temporarily turn themselves into a demon. An artificial demon. That's what that metamorphosis thing is. Which is funny, because that's also what the apotheosis thing does. And the metamorphosis thing did for demon lorelocks. But anyways... But we do know, it is pointed out in chat just now, we do know of exactly one instance of a good demon ever. Illidan. So it's not like it's impossible. And I know some people are going to argue that to hell and back and say he was a villain. And you're wrong. There, we're just going to put that down there. You are brave to come here, Druid, but you may be too late. All the Druids are either dead or driven insane. Still, your tale is of intriguing, and if what you say is true... the Gnarl must have the forest heart, and soon, or all of Ashenvale will begin to wither. This is really important. Remember how I was making fun of Garrosh for his strategy of, the Horde strategy of poisoning the forest heart for the territory they were here to conquer? That they needed this forest? So, in case you thought I was just speculating, no, Ashenvale would actually wither without the forest heart. So, good job, you Horde idiots. The Druids are dead, killed by their leaders who are driven insane by the Horde tainting the forest heart. I can feel the corruption even from here, and I dare go no further. While I am well attuned to Ashenvale and the forest heart, you could descend into the Barrow Den and do what must be done. I've laid down the breadcrumbs for you in there. Though it tears me apart, I must ask you to put the rest, the Druids' once great leaders. We must get the forest heart to Gnarl at all costs. Down at the bottom, it sits, corrupted by the Horde. Only Gnarl can cleanse it. Yes, I do, Zoan. In order to move it, though, you'll need the power of nature. If you collect enough untainted spirits from the severed Druids, the spirits can be combined into a power of nature. Good luck. Well, so Takoida asked an interesting question. Why would a forest have a point of failure? There are two possibilities here. Number one, this is Night Elf arrogance, aka the forest was just fine, but the druids are like, we must create our powerful artifact and it will govern the forest, and yada yada yada. And in so doing, the forest became dependent upon that. So it got to the point where they had to keep having the forest, right? However, I like the second option, which is actually what Takoida just mentioned, that this is actually an artificial forest. That this is a forest being maintained by a continuous pulse, of druidic power. That this forest would degenerate basically into the Barrens, just like the Barrens actually did, if not for the presence of the Forest Heart constantly maintaining it. That's my take on it. That is, of course, speculation, but I do actually like that idea, especially since it is very Night Elf, and it does also make sense with regards to, again, what we saw happen with the Barrens. Because, yeah, the Barrens and Ashenvale used to be the same forest. So keep that in mind. Let's go get this guy first. You know what's nice about leveling today? I've seen, like, no other players. It was great. Well, we actually know why they didn't do the same thing why they didn't do the same thing to Darkshore. Where is this guy? Oh, I know where he is. First of all, there's the obvious bias they had going, aka we just don't want to go back to Darkshore. But also, second of all, that bias was there for a valid reason, because the Darkshore was literally cursed with their own dead spirits for, a bajillion years, thanks to Athricus. I talked about that back in Darkshore. So it is actually pretty likely that the druids of the Night Elves could have come and actually reclaimed Darkshore if they'd bothered to do so, but they never actually did it, so yeah. Arguably, it is possible this kind of thing could be done basically anywhere, as long as the elements and the druidic power was sufficient strength to do so, to allow that connection. We've seen the severe level of terraforming that druidic power can affect, so it's not out of bounds. Also, I like that quote there. Hi, my name's Uhil. We're going to be such good friends when you're dead. You know what? I don't feel like fighting through your guys. Hey, buddy. Come here. Oh, you're going to be so nice and warm down here with us forever. Oh, hello. Farewell, Greymane. We are one day into the Lorerun. It just started today, Sonic Doctor. Rest in peace, my friends. You can see the sorrow in his cat eyes. I felt the anguish of the Dordanel Barrows lessen, and knew you had accomplished your task. It was grim work that you did, Leaf Song, for the spirits you destroyed were merely victims of the Horde's evil. But with their destruction, let us hope the maddened spirits will finally find peace. So who here is super excited to play a Demon Hunter? In total defiance of the one Joker over there. don't even know what that is. I am hopeful they don't nerf them too much because of PvP, but I am still excited to play one. Yeah, I haven't played WoW in like 5 years either. Yeah, actually, I'm in the same boat. So Hyluck says he's been waiting for Demon Hunter since vanilla. I'm in the exact same boat. There were two hero classes that I was really looking forward to that they had actually talked about back in vanilla. Death Knight and Demon Hunter. There were a couple others, but those were the two big ones. And I was like, oh, I cannot wait to go ahead and play a Demon Hunter and a Death Knight. I'm looking forward to it. Fast forward a few years, and Wrath came out. Yes! Death Knight, finally! I honestly thought we were never going to get Demon Hunter after a while, to be completely blunt. At least they don't rip out their hearts while they're still beating. That seems to be kind of a thing in Warcraft for some reason. Have you returned? The Forest Heart! It's corrupted. Stand back. I'll try to cleanse it before all is lost. I must cleanse the Forest Heart. Hopefully we can undo the Warlock magic that we did to this damn thing. Just want to stress that again. We did this. There, the Forest Heart is now purified. Its power will replenish Ashenvale once more. We are forever in your debt, young one. Yay! We saved the forest that we were trying to conquer as our own enemies. At this point, Takoida, not really. Too many of the kits of most classes actually has been folded into existing classes. Demon Hunter comes out whenever the Acclamation patch hits, which will come out before the actual expansion comes out. So, anytime between now and September. That's true. We were true Horde. So this is something that actually is worthy of talking about. So this is, in my opinion, a flaw of Orcish society. And this is, again, going back to that whole cycle of vengeance, violence thing. Orcish society tends to revolve around not questioning your orders, basically. In other words, if you are someone, if your war chief or your chieftain or your elder tells you to do something, you do it. It actually discourages thinking for yourself. And I think that's probably the single biggest flaw about Orcish society in general. Now, they've always done that because they've always needed that kind of strong chain of command in order to survive. It's understandable why that became a thing. Because if you have dissension or doubt or mistrust, it's the same problem with real-life military. And why you, nope, not yet. Why chain of command is a thing, right? So, yeah, as Raskar points out, you need to be strong enough to fight your orders. In other words, in it, you basically have to literally be able to kill your superior officer and then give new orders, or you die. Those are your options. And so, again, it is understandable why that's a thing, but the problem is, anytime the orcs are being led by a bastard, the orcs are a bastard. It's just kind of a one-to-one situation. You know? It's one of the reasons why the orcs overall were actually much more peace-loving under Thrall, even to their own detriment, and why there were so many just... when Garrosh was taking over.
I am honored.
No, I believe... Yeah, that's
Elune
just an
like
introduction to Warsong Gulch. That's what I thought that was. That's Warsong Gulch. I spent many months in there. And I hate Warsong Gulch now. I can't stand it. And it's all because I did it so much back when it was literally the only battleground. When it was this. This was your option, just doing Warsong Gulch and nothing else. And I got so sick of it. I just exploded with joy when Alterac Valley came out. I was like, oh, thank God, finally. And yeah, so Sonic Doctor points out an interesting parallel. It's kind of similar to the Orcs in Lord of the Rings. You know, if you have, if there's an orc who disagrees with their orders, they will try to kill the person giving them their orders. If they fail, then tough. That's your options: kill the person giving the orders, or follow the orders. Those are your options. That's it. So it's a very linear chain of command for the orcs. And that does inform basically all of the problems with orc society in a nutshell. I find myself wondering how many of the Draenor orcs were actually bastards, and how many of them were just following that mentality. Grom was absolutely a bastard. I actually think alternate Grom is one of the most evil orcs we've encountered. Not the most evil, because Gul'dan, but he's up there. And he had no excuses, too. No demonic corruption, no lust for power. He was just an unremittent, evil, atrocity, corruptive, I'm running out of adjectives. He was terrible. He was terrible, all on his own. And I should probably use the thing here. There we go. Are you sure, Noralex? Hang on. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm using the wrong term because I'm an idiot. Alterac Valley came out alongside Warsong Gulch. You were absolutely correct. And nobody ever did it. Or nobody could ever do it. And you're like, what do you mean, Arsh? I thought Alterac Valley was quite popular. Yes, it was. It was so popular that matches would go on for days. A single match of AV would go on for days. That's not an exaggeration. So you couldn't get into AV. So what I meant to say, forgive me, this is my mistake, was Arathi Basin. I was really happy when Arathi Basin came out. And I was like, yes, I can do something else. PvP-wise. I honestly am not sure I ever got into Alterac back when it first came out. Because, no, that's not true. I got in once. I remember that now. It was one of the earlier matches, and I managed to get in there and sat in there for about 5 hours, something like that. And then I had to go to bed. And that's when I finally bowed out of that. So yeah, I misspoke. Yes, you appear as one of my kind, but I care not what you truly are if you can help the Furbog. The Night Elves and now Orcs have visited many atrocities on my people. Corruption runs through our veins. Corruption brought down by the prideful Night Elves and the warlike Orcs. Ah, so you're saying both sides are to blame. Interesting. They are the ones who did this to my people. They are the ones I blame for being cast out of my tribe. At night, I can still see the campfires burning in the darkness. I care little for who you are. What I do care about is the salvation of the Furbog. Take this blood-toothed tribe banner a ways northeast, and place it on their totem mound. They will consider this an act of aggression and try to destroy it. Hold your ground. So, okay. Sure, we'll go and do that. I have enjoyed AV at several points in history, actually. Personally. Right. One of my fondest memories in AV was as the Horde, of course. I was on my Tauren Druid. And so this was Kata, I want to say? I'm not sure. This is about the point in time at which reinforcement points existed, right? So in other words, if you, for those of you not aware, if you start off with like 600 points or whatever, I forget the exact number. Each one of your side that dies reduces that point by 1. And there's a few other things you can do to interact with the points. So we were down to a very, very small number of points. I don't actually remember how many anymore, but it was like 20-ish. So if we took 20 more deaths, it was over, and the Alliance would win. And we were fighting on the bridge just south, or no, not the bridge, just the pathway leading up to where the bridge is, if you'll remember where that spot is. And we were losing. We had been losing the whole time. And we're just like, oh god. And most of their force was actually down fighting to kill our boss, because, you know, that's what you do. Well, there we are. Fighting our way across, and just, I don't know how it happened, because no one was talking in Battleground chat, but somehow, everyone just kind of coordinated out of nowhere. All of the ranged pulled back behind the line. All of the melee pulled forth in front of the line, and all of the healers lined up and just started spam healing everything. And we went from being a just this mess of mob to this coordinated force that basically we effectively formed the WoW equivalent of a phalanx. And we just kind of did this. And pushed our way up, and pushed our way up, got to the bridge, took the graveyard, sat there at the graveyard. We didn't rush it. We just sat at the graveyard until we took it, pushed our way across the bridge, and we won that match. I'll go ahead and just summarize. We actually ended up winning that match with like 20-ish reinforcement points left. And it was one of the most awesome moments in my personal PvP history, was that win. I will never forget that battle in AV. And the funny thing was, it was kind of personally... it was personally significant to me, too, because it was my last AV match that I've ever done, actually, to this day. But I knew that even before it was a win, because I was there maxing out my rep on my Druid. Like I said, I was a healer. And I was maxing out my rep specifically because I wanted the wolf pet, or mount, excuse me. I wanted the wolf mount. That was going to be my Druid's mount, I had decided. So I was doing that match. That was going to be the last match that gave me the final bit of reputation I wanted. And the fact that my last match was such a stunning, amazing victory out of absolutely nowhere, unexpected, against the Alliance was so satisfying. And this is one of the reasons why I say I don't really have anything against PvP itself, or PvPers itself. I dislike when the developers completely screw over one side for the sake of the other, and vice versa. Man, I'm killing a lot of furbolgs here. These poor guys. I love the idea of AV. I love the idea of objective-based PvP. That's always been the kind of PvP I prefer. It's one of the reasons I liked the concept of AV. Yeah, nowadays, it's not objective-based PvP. It's literally rush to the boss. But I liked the objective-based concept. Hey, call me Fives. Good news is we're almost done with Ashenvale. In fact, I believe this is like our last stop before we actually finish up. We got one more little quest hub. I've actually wondered about that myself, Zoan Joker. I could probably try and worm my way around explaining it, but honestly, I think it's just a plot hole. I'll just be honest. There's really nothing preventing them gameplay-wise from having the Furbog just wielding their own fists and attacking you that way, you know? Which is probably what they should be doing. Or maybe wooden weapons or something, I don't know. But shrug. Oh, right. Where's the... Okay. Seriously? Seriously? I have this really weird feeling that a Horde player came through here and killed this guy. What do you want to bet? Yeah, it's an Alliance player, though. Who is also waiting in Furbog form. Ugh. Well. So anyways, why don't we share stories about how Warsong Gulch is terrible and I hate it! Oh, I hate Warsong Gulch so much! Oh, God. Oh, God, I hate Warsong Gulch. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. Seriously. Warsong Gulch is terrible. Now, okay. Let me add one other thing. Warsong Gulch has been improved in exactly one manner, from what I understand. There's no time limit on it. I used to absolutely hate Warsong Gulch matches that lasted like 3 hours, because it would happen just forever. Yeah, he's running off. Whatever. Because there was nothing preventing the match from ending, or nothing forcing the match to end. If you were able to defend well enough, and if they were able to defend well enough, it was a perfect stalemate. And God, that got so old for me. It's like, all right, okay, charge, no, okay, no, no, and then just, and yeah, flag hiding is just, oh God. Ugh. It really got to me back in the day. Furthermore, there was a point in time there where it was actually the fastest way to grind honor points to not bother trying to capture the flags at all. So basically, you'd have both sides would charge into the middle. Nobody would go for the other side's flag. I forget if this was during Wrath or BC or what. Forgive me, I don't remember when. But both sides would just charge into the middle and go blah, 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 blah. It was just this massive brawl free-for-all in the middle, because all anyone cared about was getting the honor, is getting the currency. And so charging into the middle. And then every now and again one guy would wander off trying to go ahead and get the flag, and his own players would be like, dude, stop! What are you doing? And then, like, all the rest of us would, so, for example, this actually happened once. One of our players was like, I'm going to go for their flag. And we're like, dude, no, we're farming honor. And he's like, no, I want to go get the flag. So we actually just stood back, basically, and let the entire enemy team go unhindered after that one guy, so that he would be removed as an issue. And then we went back to farming honor on each other. And, yeah. Oh, no, hey, he's alive. Good. Margaret sold his own tribe to the Horde. I should turn in this. Well, okay. Allying with them when they took your precious Silverwind refuge in order to save his people. He sold them into slavery, or worse! And now he's gotten what he deserves. Let us now speak of a different traitor. One who I believe has something that'll make that rod of yours even more powerful. I'm going to go ahead and pick up the quest just in case the Horde guy is still around. I am certain that the long-dead wizard Dartol intended to use his rod to subjugate and destroy us, just as the Night Elves and the Orcs have. But now I think we'll put that to an unintended use. Ross Bloodtooth is the king of all Ashenvale Furbog. His tribe, the Bloodtooth, have secluded themselves in a camp just east of here. Kill him! Bring back his skull! Let us see if we can put it to good use. Hey, Deutsch. I just realized I don't have to be Furbog for this. Wait, what? Why am I... Ah! Whatever, die. I doubt I'm big enough for anybody to care in RLX. Really. So, let me explain one thing I liked about the idea of the Mongrel Horde. Ignoring the fact that I like that concept in general. Lots of weaker powers grouping together to basically form one confederacy, one coalition power that is the equivalent of a major power. I like that concept in general. Are you kidding me?! Did that Alliance player just kill the Furbog? Is that what just happened? So... what was I saying? I know what I was saying. It was, yeah, it looks like this is just a noob who didn't realize. And he tried to right-click the guy, and he attacked him, because that's what happens when you right-click a hostile mob. I'm not sure if that's true or not. He might still be trolling. I'm going to go ahead and turn in the quest very, very quickly, just in case he is trolling. And sorry for not reading it, but yeah. I don't know, Hylisk. I don't know. What was I going to talk about? I was in the middle of starting... Oh, the Mongrel Horde. So I like the idea of the Mongrel Horde in general, but the other reason I like it is it appeals to me the idea that the kobolds and the gnolls and the murlocs and the furbogs are all just sick and tired of the Horde and the Alliance. They're sick and tired of both of them, and both of their conflict. Like this guy is, how he's constantly bad-mouthing both the Orcs and the Night Elves. And so, he's, I like the idea that the one thing that could cause those forces to unite would be us. Like, because we have basically screwed over so many of the lesser races and the weaker powers, that... they are at the point now where they unite just to fight back against us, and that makes them, a threat or whatever. Or a neutral faction to join, one of the two. I just like that concept a great deal. Yeah, exactly, Raskor. I'm not sure the Mongrel Horde would be a sufficient threat to us at this point in time. But it would be an interesting storyline thing to follow. And again, Blizzard themselves actually were going to do a Mongrel Horde story arc until they gave up the idea. He's probably going to kill it again, and that'll officially be the point at which I'll report him. Now that I know exactly how to do that. Right now I'm focused on getting the quest turn in. So I'm pretty sure there's a chain after this one. If there isn't, then I'll just give up. This is the other problem here, by the way. Blizzard makes the respawn timers way too slow. Quest NPCs should never have a long respawn timer. Ever. There is no justification for that. The only possible reason behind that is to waste people's time and to allow people to be a dick. I raise my eyebrow at you, G-Juice. If this guy, who I have talked with and informed of... There we go. Got the new quest. Let's see if I'm going to go and report him or not. Come on. He hasn't attacked back yet. Use the rod. Yeah, making them not killable is the correct answer in my opinion. Quest NPCs should not be killable. They should not even be attackable. Blizzard actually has the ability to make NPCs completely non-attackable. That's a thing you can do. I can give you a specific example. There are children in Stormwind you cannot attack as the Horde. Don't ask me how I know this. And, yeah. Well, he was AFK, he just jumped. I'm gonna let him die if he doesn't use the rod. Because... Report. Oh, I ran out of room. Hate character limits. There. Reported. Have fun, dick. What's the quest? I don't even have the quest. Okay, so, now take the rod, and while using its power, speak to my brother, Ota Wen. Ota is among the furbogs that the Orcs have captured, I know where that is, and have penned in the giant cage on the north side of Silverwind Refuge. The rod will allow you to convince Ota and the other furbog to rise up and attack the Horde. Then you may go wherever your path leads you. Just know that you have found a new friend for what you have done. The most likely outcome here is that he will get a 3-day temp ban. But it's better than nothing. Also, the more temp bans you have on your account, the more likely it is you'll get a much longer ban. So, here's hoping. We'll see, as they say. Or rather, I probably will never see the results of that. But as I've said, in the last several years, Blizzard's support team has been absolutely phenomenal. So, the only thing I could do worse than reporting him is not reporting him. And now that I know exactly how to do that, Zone Disruption is specifically what that is. I've actually been to GM Island. Yeah, anyways. What? Okay, fine. Sneaky furbog, sneaky furbog. Sneaky Furbog is the best Furbog. Sneaky Furbog. Okay, I'm done. Had to be a sneaky Furbog. Super fast, sneaky Furbog. Super fast, sneaky Furbog. Okay. Now I'm done. Hey, rise up against the Horde. Kill the Horde. His eyes are dull from the enslavement. He glazes over even more at the suggestion. You feel the power of Darto's Rog begin to course through you and reach out to touch the Furbog. Rise up? Yes, rise up. Tell your fellow Furbog to break out of this cage and slay the Horde. The power of the rod compels you. Yes, we will rise up and destroy our jailers. Blah, 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 blah. For the Horde, or whatever. Death to the Horde, and to the living. For the Forsaken. So yeah, we have just we have literally mind controlled, in case you missed that. We literally mind controlled a Furbog to rebel against his enslavers. I actually worked as a volunteer GM back in Asheron's Call forever ago. I've only interacted with a few GMs in WoW, personally. But yeah, I've been to GM Island. For Cosmodon. I can't do it for Cosmodon, man. It's for Cosmodon. No, I can't do it. Hang on. I can do for Cosmodon. I can make that happen. I can make that happen. Okay.
Make sure to distract them.
Whoa. What the crap is that? I don't even know what that is. How about this? Nope. What the crap? I just want a sound clip saying for Cosmodon. Is that so hard? Apparently it is. Wow, whatever. Okay, no Cosmodon. Sorry, dwarves suck. Moving on. GM Island is literally, she used past tense, an island on the vanilla servers that existed completely separate. It was basically, if you could imagine it, this is not literal, but it was basically over here. And it was just an island with random testing stuff you could drag people to and be like, hey, if a GM wanted to really get your attention for a bit.
Ishnu Allah.
You return, Leaf Song. What's that affixed to the top of the rod? Is that a skull? Ah, so you use the power of the Furbog King to modify the powers of Dartol's Rod. You then use that power to convince the captured Furbog to rise up and attack the Horde. I am more than pleased and impressed with your abilities. The Sentinels cannot thank you enough. It should be a simple matter to sweep away the Orcs and retake the refuge. Tyrannus would be proud.
Good luck, friend.
You have my deepest
Goddess
respect.
watch over you.
But we're not done yet. We gotta finish things up with the Horde. We've got unfinished business at the Spire to retake Silverwind Refuge. But yeah, the idea here is, you know, when a GM logs into the game, they're actually logging in as a character. And generally, a GM wants to log in a specific spot where they will not be interactable by anything. That's what GM Islands, in MMOs in general, usually exist for. It's a spot you can only get to if you literally have a teleport to kind of a command or whatever. Because there's no other physical way to reach there. And that way they can sit there safely and send their whispers as they need be. Of course they do, Takoida. Why wouldn't they? For Taronda. And for Cosmodon. Hang on. Is this the quest I want? If this isn't the quest I want... Yeah, we'll see when we get there. We're almost there. That's Stone Talon right up there. Like, that is the Stone Talon line up there. So this may be the go-to Stone Talon. If it is, I need to do one other quest first before we leave. Looks like this is a quest hub, though, which is what I thought it was, so we're good, we're good. Okay.
I am honored.
Have you seen the befouled water elementals in our lake? It's a sorry sight, but I do not know where they're coming from. Your name has been mentioned in conversations past, along with someone called Ironman, who apparently also cleansed the lake, but I guess that's not a big deal. Good to finally meet you. I've heard all about what you've been up to, and let's just say I'm impressed. Can you lend us your expertise?
Del Nadris.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Raskar. We could easily have held Silverwind Refuge from the Horde, had they not taken control of our water elementals. One of their shamans summoned in Tidress, an old, angry water spirit of the forest who befouled our elementals and turned them against us. With the lake and the Horde pressing in on us, we had no choice but to retreat. Go, take the lake back from the Horde.
Goddess watch over you.
Several years ago, Stormwind's Captain Curzon. Captain Curzon? Oh, right. Yeah.
Farewell.
No, we're not doing that quest.
Ishnu Allah.
If we could just stop the damned bombings from the goblins' creations, we'd be able to launch a counterattack to take back Silverwind Refuge. It's been my experience that goblins are either lazy and unproductive, or too productive and end up killing themselves. Unfortunately for us, they have been motivated by the brilliant Chief Bombgineer Sploder! Get up to the skunk works on the west side of the refuge and don't come back until you have that goblin's head. Hopefully his head won't explode.
Good luck, friend.
The Gnome Explosive Squad, damn it. The Gnome Explosive Squad we requested from Tinkertown arrived just last week, just in time to face an assault by the Horde. We lost a lot of soldiers that day. Most of the Gnome team was taken as well. Now we're neck deep in Horde Silverwind. Now we're neck deep in Horde. Damn it! Now we're down neck deep in Horde, and Silverwind Refuge has been lost, and we're down about a dozen gnomes. I am begging for your help here. Travel east to the refuge and locate any gnome survivors. They were all carted off by a big merciless orc named Thundrak.
Be careful.
Also, Gnomus the Exterminator says, I didn't sign up for this garbage. I could have been helping Mechatork reclaim Gnomeregan. The other gnome, who apparently speaks in a very stereotypical German accent, says, This is ridiculous. We will go when we are ready.
Pleased to meet you.
These goblins disgust me. This filthy goblin technology is inferior to anything gnomish. And yet, it is the last piece of the puzzle. Without the filthy goblin technology, the gnome recorder cannot be built. Venture east into the skunk works and take from them the filthy goblin junk. You will find them in the goblin technicians. Goblin technician. What is that anyway? Some kind of oxymoron.
Be seeing you.
For the gnomes, Regan, or something, I don't know. Well, don't click the link, Bragwin. No, I didn't, Psychotic. It was awesome. That's all that matters. It was the most awesome thing. Oh, hey, I have a talent. Yes, that. Izara's gift is incredible. Especially for soloing old stuff.
Turn down, Naga. Stop. I love how tiny my Night Elf is in this giant mech, by the way. I'll save you. Death to the Horde. I can't do that. I can't keep a straight face while doing that. You're saved. Be free. Hooray. All 2 of you. The others, well, they're dead, so it's okay. Ahem.
For Cosmodon!
There you go, guys. We have finally Cosmodonied. That's a word. No. I like how the furbogs are still attacking here, by the way. One of my friends used to shout that all the freaking time in Vent. I mean, all the time. He was actually playing a Dwarf Priest. Now I know what you're thinking. Why would you ever play a Dwarf Priest? Well, remember that hyper-specialization problem I mentioned earlier? There used to be this ability called Fear Ward that only Dwarven Priests got. And it meant that Dwarven Priests were ridiculously useful, to the point of being required. By the way, I like this. So I'm looting filthy goblin technology, and this description of it is, "This technology is filthy." Alright, Bragwin. It's time you and I had a long, long chat. No, not that chat. We already had that one. The other one. Oh, by the way, this is what I mean. You see this guy? You see this guy right here? That's a quest NPC. He's a quest NPC for the Horde. Hey, look! I can't attack him! It's almost like he's specifically flagged in a way where he isn't attackable. Why isn't every quest NPC like this? It's a thing. They have. It's literally a flag. They just set it in the NPC variables. Just bam, non-attackable. Done. God dang it. Sorry. It's just... Why? Why? Anyways. So, what was I saying? I was actually talking about something. Yes, we are having fissim movie German accents. I can't even do movie German accent here. I got nothing, guys. I'm sorry. I have failed you. Did you not hear it? Is it one Joker? Here, I still got it up. One more time.
For Cosmodon!
There you go. It's just for you, Zoan. Also, I love the tanks that the goblins build here. This is a tank. It's not a kill things tank, really. It's a worker tank. But look at this thing. It's basically a building. It's a shredder building. This is not even the most impressive one we see them build, by the way. The goblins have moving building. I mean, has anyone ever seen, oh shoot, what's the name of that movie? The one that Avatar totally ripped off of. Last Fern Gully or something like that. Where they had that giant Destructomatic machine. That's what the goblins make regularly. They have multiple of these things. Look at this. This thing is huge. Goblin technology, I swear. This is clearly the biggest explosive you've ever laid eyes upon. What in the world could the goblins be thinking about bombing with such a monstrosity? Here it looks like it's almost complete. The goblins appear to have built it well. It looks like it's impervious to any damage you could do to it. It's certainly too big for you to carry out here. You'd better go report the bomb to Huntress Jalin. Wow. I sure hope we don't see that bomb anytime in the future as the Horde or the Alliance. Oh, I need more fierce goblin technology.
Filthy, filthy. Ugh. I can't even say that. Filthy. Filthy goblin technology. Ugh, I say, ugh. Now, what's funny is I would love the idea of our character on the Alliance going through this lake, purifying the water elementals, while our character on the Horde is going through this lake, purifying the water elementals. Because we both do it. Ugh, blood elementals is still a gross concept. Hasn't stopped being gross. Wow, I'm about to ding again here. This is kind of crazy. Also, swimming cat. Paddle, 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 paddle. Okay. We'll go back then. So, some elementals have these bindings on their arms. Now, the the graphics of WoW use the same basic graphics for most types of elementals. So even elementals that are not actually bound are elementals that still show as if they were bound. So those bracers that you see, those are bracers of binding, is what those are. That's what mages use. That's what some shamans use in order to bind elementals. Now, it is worth noting that that binding is not necessarily enslavement. The actual purpose of the bindings overall is to help them to materialize on the physical plane, normally to help them stay here without issue, basically. So anytime you see that, in some cases that's your basic purpose of the bracer. You can also attach something to force an elemental to your will, to control or enslave an elemental, which is one of the other things that you will see most commonly. But not every elemental is enslaved, obviously. There are quite a few who interact normally and peacefully with their people. So yeah, it's a way to help them stay here, or to enslave them. In lore, that actually that's not that common, but obviously in gameplay, all the elementals use the same damn graphics, so regardless, they have that. To name one example, one of the ideas that we see, I forget where, forgive me, is a frost mage who has a water elemental that they're actually friends with. They haven't enslaved the water elemental, they have a working relationship together with the water elemental. So the elemental is bound, it's only bound to increase its stability here on the physical plane. It's not actually enslaved by the mage in question. Now, as Spawn Carnage points out, the Twilight's Hammer can and does use those to outright enslave elementals regularly. Because remember, the Twilight's Hammer worked for the old gods, and that's what the old gods did to the elementals. They pretty much just flat out
Feel free to browse.
enslaved the elementals as an overall force.
Hello.
I don't know. Well, actually, I do know why Voidwalkers have them, but it's raining out. It's effectively the same idea. Well done, Leaf Song. With the befouled elemental numbers thinned and Tidris put back into the lake, we should be able to launch a counteroffensive soon. Just as soon as we're done defending the Spire.
Delnadris.
Yay, exalted with Darnassus.
Farewell.
Can I help you?
The junk? Do you have it? The junk has arrived. This is the last piece of the puzzle. Now set it up. Stand by, Leaf
You
Song.
have a great day now.
I am honored with Numrigan. Well, we have forgotten your filthy, goblin junk.
And that would be Thunder.
Did you shut up?
Did you shut up that disgusting wart-ridden goblin for good? That's better.
Without him,
Their technicians are sure to fall back to their normal laziness, which should result in fewer bombs and more accidents.
Goddess watch over you.
Oh, thank you, Leaf Song. Grim news that the rest of the gnomes are dead, but at least you managed to save a few. For that, I am grateful.
Delnadris.
So here's the bomb quest.
They what? It's how big?
I have a very bad feeling about this, Leaf Song.
Good luck, friend.
Huntress, what's that? Is that... Oh my god, look! They're lifting the bomb via airship into Stone Talon. The land is doomed if the Horde manages to set that off.
Hey! So these night elves send us out on a desperate call to help. It goes something like this. Please come. Wow. Please come help us. Big mean horde is goblins. Oh, we can't handle goblins. They pull our hair and make us cry. Right, anyway, so here we are. First thing I did was upgrade their aerial defenses with some of my new sniper guns. The problem is they don't use guns. You do yourself a favor and lend them a hand, huh? You'll find them south of here.
Off and away.
So yeah, the Horde are airlifting the bomb into south. Did you actually hear that thunder? That was pretty loud, so that doesn't surprise me. So yes, we have actually just officially started Stone Talon. This is what I mean by the fact that these quests literally just flow from one to the next. But we probably should go ahead and see the Horde style of things. Now, if I was doing this perfectly, I would have mapped out exactly where the quests line up to each other. And I would do the Horde quest, and then do the Alliance quest, and then do the Horde quest, and go back and forth between the two. So that's totally what I'm going to do. I just haven't actually mapped it out yet. But I'm going to do that while I'm pausing here. And catching my breath, because my throat hurts a lot. So, I'm going to cut this off. And I'll be back later.